Hello. Hello, Mr. Drum. Good evening, everybody. Good eve. Dram is replaced with Rocky at the moment. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Dram is here.
Hey guys. So meow.
Yeah. Rocky is placeholder Dram.
Meow, 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 meow.
There we go. How you doing, Golanks? How you doing, Mr. Necht? How you doing, guys?
Hey guys.
Right, so I was just speaking to Dram. I know we're all planning to jump into PB, but if you guys want to see some of the new vehicles that were shown on Wednesday, let me know, and I can jump over to the test branch and we can have like a little look at like the pyro tank. The Centauri fighter won't be in there because that's not in a build yet. So most of the like ground vehicles basically is in the test branch. So yeah, just let me know.
Hello MBTR. We're coming.
How you doing, MPTI? How you doing, mate? Welcome back, sir. Welcome back. Oh god, of course, it's just a three-way straight away.
Oh god.
Just instantly three-way. Because why not?
Ah, Mr. Talion. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Talion.
So, how do you plan on making infantry more relevant in their function? Very good question. First of all, I want to improve their AI, like so they act a bit more tactical, so they don't act like crabs, basically. And then mainly through balancing. I mean, eventually, like post 1.0, I would like to caveat there, post 1.0. I would like to have it so that buildings can be captured by infantry, for example. But that's just not realistic for 1.0, and it wouldn't be in the first update either. But long, like short term, mainly, yeah, the AI just needs to act a bit more intelligently, you know. And I've been avoiding it for now, well, because you know, well, not avoiding it, but dealing with the more important stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to finally diving into that beast and improving it. There's a lot I think that can be improved on. Are you on Polaris Outpost?
I am.
I thought it was Naraka.
Nope, PB servers on Polaris. Three-way
Fair.
Polaris. I'm gonna get murdered. No. Right, killed it.
So, infantry fighting in an open desert without cover is not very realistic. It would be nice with more cover for infantry. Yeah, it depends on the map, of course. But infantry should use cover more, ideally. But it's also about, like, I mean, if you're sending them out through the open, well, then you're sending them out through the open. So it's also up to you to kind of, transport them or like send them on ways which have more cover. If you're talking about the Great Urg, yeah, there's not much cover there. And whether it's realistic for them, like moving over an open desert without cover, well, you know, it's probably at this point. I think Ukraine has shown us that it's not very realistic to expect like so much fighting with infantry in the future. You know, so I mean, the question of realism, I think, is not that on point, if you get what I mean. But here it's mainly about, like, obviously gameplay, and it's a lot of fun to fight on the open desert. But of course, you know, without cover, you do lose infantry incredibly quickly. What the hell is that crab doing?
Yeah, I fixed it.
Okay. Dram, let's use the Halo Combat Evolved Marines as a standard comparison. I'm sorry, I'm just eating nerds, yeah? Sorry for chewing. How similar or different do you plan for the Silica AI infantry to be? Okay. I do not recall how the Marines acted, to be perfectly honest. I don't remember it all that well. But my target is more along the lines of, let's say, well, Company of Heroes is probably the closest one I would imagine, or Armor, of course. You know, I intend to have them, you know, well, trying to survive, not just letting themselves die. And you know, regular scouts and infantry, scouts and riflemen, they're like, especially scouts, they'll get phased. I mean, I would imagine they would get phased relatively easily. If a big Goliath is, you know, rolling towards them, they're not going to stand their ground. I just cannot imagine that, you know. So, you know, I'd like to introduce a bit of routing eventually. At minimum, retreating, you know, so like pulling back rather than just standing there, you know. Scouts will not hold ground because they're just too weak, you know. Of course, it should depend on who they have with them, but you get the point. So I intend to, like, my target is more along the lines of Company of Heroes, because I think the AI there for the infantry worked very well.
Enemy base found. Our home is under attack.
eliminated.
There is Italian. I must murder the Italian. It's like a rage tunnel. Every time I see the name Italian, I just become bottlenecked. Zoomed in.
Also, have fun with the new bug report I filed. Oh god, no. Using the troop transport only makes sense to get them into the city of your opponent and hide there. Or get them closer, you know. The whole point is you'd be using, for example, air transport to get them closer or behind enemy lines and attack from a different direction, for example. But infantry, ultimately, you know, they're, apart from increasing the damage they can do, which, you know, you have to be very careful about, because right now, when you're, let's say, driving a unit, yeah, and from afar a marksman is shooting at you, it can already be quite frustrating to deal with infantry, and I mean it kind of should, right? But you know, it needs to feel good, right? What I mean by that is, I mean if you see a single marksman, or let's say even a single heavy launching rockets, and you can just not hit him for the life of you, because you know the weapons are a bit balanced for more alien combat. Well, not alien combat, but like they're intentionally balanced so they're slightly inaccurate for better gameplay. Then that can be frustrating. So that needs to kind of like be brought closer together. You know, like I can't increase the damage that infantry do by too much, or they will become too effective. And for that reason, you know, it limits what I can do with the infantry. I mean, it's very true that one of the big problems of Silica is because of the scale. The infantry kind of, you know, have to cover vast distances, and you know the structures are massive, and it's a lot of fun. But it's one thing which was not anticipated in like at the get-go. That realistic scale will of course mean realistic distances to travel. I mean, I never perceived it to be a particular problem, because when I tried it myself, I didn't mind it all that much, you know. But I grew up on Arma and these kind of like other games, so I didn't really mind it all that much. But it will have to be dealt with, definitely.
How you doing, Chiron? How you doing, mate?
Buildable cover before 1.0. And hello, Cryman. Buildable cover before 1.0. It's currently not in the plan, Golax, to be perfectly honest. We cut it from the plan to make things more achievable. But I may be convinced otherwise, if, you know, if as we go along closer to release, it just proves that, you know, we really could use what's it called, the infantry being able to build cover. And I'm specifically talking about players, not AI infantry. Yeah, I mean specifically players. Dram, how did your workday go after the 8-hour dev talk? To be perfectly honest, it was like any other workday, because I mean I go to sleep late relatively often, and I need to change that, but I'm just pushing through with these units. So I mean I had 2.5 hours of sleep that day, but I'm not sure if it's a saving grace or a curse, but I'm able to basically completely function the next day without a problem. It's just in the afternoon I get really, like, you know, it hits me, and then I kind of just reawaken in the night. So it was actually fine. Hello, Lycan and Dram. Hey, Zeph.
How you doing,
What do you
Zeph?
think about having the AI infantry talk to each other when they are near each other, or shout the names of the aliens they see? Yeah, that's already implemented. It's, well, work in progress. Yeah. Basically, ambient chatter is something I've wanted for a very long time. I absolutely loved how it sounded and functioned in Deserts of Karak, right? Homeworld Deserts of Karak, Karak, or however the fuck you say that shit. But yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. You know, it really added to the atmosphere, and most importantly, if you can, and this is one critical thing for me, one reason why I don't enjoy, for example, playing the game alone in FPS, and I wanted that to be fun, by the way, is because you feel like no one wants to talk to you. It feels like this, like, I don't know, you feel like an imposter to a degree, right? I'm making it excessive, but you get the point, because you know it's a game, right? But what I mean is, no one's talking to you, no one's giving you orders, no one's, you know, so you just kind of have to just join people, right? Like, join people, I mean, as in the infantry and stuff that are spawned. If you could hear what they were saying, it's like, moving out, or like, you know, investigating that sector, or fucking heading to the Bolterian field, or understood commander, I'm on my way, you know, this kind of shit, then it significantly improves the feeling of, like, you know, a living world. You know, because otherwise, there's dudes, they just stand there, and suddenly they run off to God knows where. So you feel like you're just like a civilian in like, what the fuck am I doing here, you know? So that's one thing that needs to change. Well, hopefully it's not bad in the long run. Yeah, no, hopefully not, Crown. Like, you know, like I said, after this update, I will have to limit that because, yeah, it's not healthy to be going to sleep late. It just isn't. Well, and getting up early. 2 goats. Thank you.
The hoax.
Or we're 2 goats, like literally bah, you know, who knows. I had a great question but forgot. Oh yeah, sure man. Like once it comes back, do shout it to me. And by the way guys, Mr. Likan has not mentioned it, but I won't be playing today. In the background I'm actually developing I'll pull that shit over here. If that's kind of visible. Let's have a look. I can see it on the stream. It's delayed. Nah, it's all fucking dark. Right, never mind. Well, long story short, I'm continuing on the units in the background, so I'm just kind of watching the stream, you know, trying to answer your questions, but at the same time continuing on the units which are critically important. So once I kind of by the way, for those interested, I increased the scale of the cross. Currently, work in progress name is Crucifier, but I'm just not sure about it, man. It just feels weird. So I might actually rename it to something else, but I haven't found a good name for it. I thought Crusader Templar or some shit, but it's just, nah.
The crucifix.
Yeah, crucifix. I mean, that's just, you know. That's the problem is it becomes like, well, it just doesn't fit. You know what I mean? So how far are you on the cross? Well, I've got the model completed. All the elements are now movable. I put in all the thruster effects. And now I'm just basically implementing. So I've done all the colliders and the basic setup. So now it's actually able to fly, but I just need to, like, you know, all the sounds, all the projectiles, the weapons, and this, and I'm just just handling the vents right now. You know, because when it flies, it's got these side vents which I have to kind of like open up, and they look quite nice.
Sorry, my cat meowing then.
Couldn't hear it, man. It's all good. Well, then again, I mean, I'm talking to you through Discord, so I have no idea if they can hear it.
Yeah, I heard a squeak, like a cat squeak, not a mouse squeak, a cat squeak. She has a squeaky meow. I thought I heard it, but I'm just going mental apparently. I'm going nuts. I'm going bonkers. Ooh, the tanks are full on this refinery. Ooh, he's got a full load. Must murder refinery.
It'll be so good to have these units completed so I can finally dive back into the AI. Basically, I'll be working on 2 things at once. AI, which is very crucial to the other thing, which is the campaign. So I'm, you know, going full steam ahead with that one as well. I need to get all the systems working for it, so I can pass it on to Mr. Michal. By the way, Echo mentioned it in the dev stream. I also think Interdictor would fit better as a name for the interceptor if you read its Wikipedia in a definition. The problem is, I mean, the reason why I say why I prefer the use like the word interceptor versus interdictor is it's just easier to say. More people know it, you know. It's like, you know, even with the Crucifier, for example, right? Currently the name of the ship, but You know, it doesn't roll very well. Like, you know, it's like the crucifier. I mean, there's a different issue there, but you know, it's everything is named, or most things are named by class, right? So as soon as you start going with like specific names, you know, it starts to fall apart. So I've been trying to stick to names, and even like Interceptor, I'm not entirely sure whether it makes actually more sense to rename it to Fighter, because it is more of a fighter, despite the fact they can drop napalm, or crimson napalm anyway. But basically, like you know, the current fighter, the Soul Fighter, that needs a rename, in my opinion. You know, it doesn't fit that role all too well anymore, given the bomb and this kind of stuff, and even its shape, it doesn't exactly make it super fast to turn, right? Well, I mean, in terms of assumption, right? So I would probably be more inclined to rename it, and as I was mentioning before, I'd be inclined to take that, like the current, the elite fighter, or whatever I called it currently, or the elite bomber, sorry, or whatnot. You know that fucking A unit that hasn't been implemented but can be spawned. Yeah, that one. Well, that one would make most sense to just be the fighter for Soul. You know, because it's not too wide, it's not too long or anything like that, so it could easily kind of switch directions just purely because it's, well, almost spherical in quotations. So if it had like powerful guns, you know, powerful frontal guns, and let's say we removed the secondary missiles, or made them at least dumbfire, right, so they could just fly forward. Because lock-on, I don't know, I mean, yeah, sure, it makes much more sense, but gameplay-wise, it's just too difficult to avoid, you know, so... Dram, what would you say is the hardest thing in game development? Very, very good question. If I would say, like, okay, are we talking about tasks, or are we talking about like just anything involved with game development itself? Because I guess I'll give two answers then. Yeah, one for tasks and one for like well, development itself, like as in, you know, everything related to development. General game dev. Okay. So general game dev, honestly, keeping motivation, sticking to your guns, and finishing that project without excessively diverting, feature creeping through fucking the gastrointestinal system out the mouth. You know, it's very, very difficult to kind of to keep to that. This is why, like, and I mean now specifically, like when I say general, like when I mean that, I mean specifically, of course, more indie teams, yeah? Because when you have very large teams, it's still the same thing. Motivation is difficult to keep because you will not always enjoy what you are working on. And I don't mean that someone comes and gives you a pile of shit to work on. But what I mean is even the most fun projects will eventually stop being fun. Because you'll, especially there's a certain phase in each project. But once you reach it, it's very difficult to keep going because suddenly, you know, at the beginning everything's possible, right? So then you know, that's the most fun part of game development, the thinking up things. Yeah, we're like, oh, it's gonna be fucking awesome if, oh, it would be epic if, right? Many things which are just like there's no limits, right? Then you start to like obviously do prototypes and they prove very promising and you're like, fuck yes, this will be easy, etc, etc, etc. You keep going, you know, you make estimations, etc. Then reality hits. You know, someone who thought they were good at something are not as good as they thought they were, or you yourself, you know, might have issues. You know, family stuff might come in, external factors and so on. And even internal factors, your project might just get axed, and that's very demotivating. And then you've got to go into another, you're reassigned to another project, and you have to function, you know. And it's very difficult for creatives to kind of keep motivation. So when I say that general game dev, I mean mostly for the creatives, which are the vast majority, right? Because although I'm a programmer, I'm not a programmer by trade, so to speak, right? I started off as a level designer, so. It would be fair to say that like calling myself a programmer would be, well, I kind of learned to program because I wanted to do shit in my level. That's the only reason I learned to program, you know. Otherwise, I'd rather stay making maps, being perfectly honest. And that's why I keep wanting to do maps, but I have to avoid them, you know. But yeah, I think motivation would be the one thing for like general creatives. Otherwise,
Our home is under attack.
yeah, motivation. Honestly, motivation. And in terms of tasks, well, there it varies greatly, right? But I'd say, well, it also there is very personal as well, right? Some people enjoy working on some very like I don't enjoy working on the networking aspect. Some people love it, right? When I say I don't enjoy working on the networking aspect, of course I enjoy making things function in multiplayer, but I do not enjoy doing the low level, you know, the actual connection stuff between clients and all this. I fucking hate that shit. But you need to do it, right?
Our home is under attack.
All right, what was the next question there? I'm looking forward to people creating mods here. The first one will be a remake of Dune. I mean, that would be fantastic, I have to say. I would absolutely love to play a proper thematic Dune. And now I do not want to throw any dirt whatsoever on the Dune MMO. Oh god, what was the name of it again? Ah, shit. Do you remember the name? Mr. Dune Awakening, I think it is. Is
Oh,
it?
the new
Yeah.
games that have come out.
Yeah. Isn't it Dune the Awakening some shit?
That is the MMO.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, because of course there's the RTS and stuff. But let's say you know the Dune MMO. I don't want to throw any dirt on that whatsoever. But it's not my type of game. It's a very fast paced. It's much more expansive in some ways, but then contractive in other ways. I don't know. For me, when I saw it, it did not feel like Dune. Being brutally honest. But that said, you know, there's a massive team behind it, and they're doing a phenomenal job, quite frankly. You know, they know their target audience, and they are achieving what they went out to do. So it's fantastic. But in terms of immersion, I just don't get the same feeling from looking at that game and looking at the Dune films. You know. Or what I had, you know, I've got the Dune book here, you know. So I mean, you know, when you read through Dune the book, that's also not what I felt in the Dune MMO. But people enjoy it, which is fantastic, which is great. At least more people kind of like learn about Dune, and I hope people read the book because it's a fantastic game, like series of books. I say the book because Dune 1 was just my favorite, yeah, the original book. But yeah, like seeing a remake of Dune in Silica would be very nice. At the same time, I can almost certainly expect that to be hit with a DMCA, or you know, like a cease and desist by who has the rights right now?
Funcom.
I think it's still Funcom because they had a contractual obligation to create 3 games in I think 3 years or some shit like that. So I think their contract is ending soon. In fact. Yeah, I suspect. But anyway, yeah, it would be nice. I mean, I if I could, I'd rather mostly do a proper full Dune, you know, with the entire planet. But that's a little bit of a different budget, shall we say? That would be nice fighter unit, and the model fits Soul really good. Yeah. I mean, I don't like the tan color just because it looks very, well, stylized. But when I made it silver, which I know some people do not like the silver, but I do. The silver kind of like fits it more. It really does. It looks much more realistic, shall we say. Will the AA units get an extra class so the AI commander knows it is AA and it won't spam it to push the enemy base? Yeah, they will. You don't have to worry about that. There needs to be, like, the AI will distinguish this. I just haven't wrote it into it, you know. So they will distinguish this, that it's an AA unit and use it for that purpose, you know. Ideally, I want them to, like, I want the AI to kind of, like, spread them around, kind of like the base, before it builds AA turrets. And once it does, you know, like, tag them along with the army, of course, as part of, you know, specific AA. And the AI itself, like the actual unit AI, should also distinguish. I mean, it shouldn't be targeting units on the ground, practically at all, because it looks really dumb when a flak, you know, when the flak car or whatever it's called is, you know, shooting things at a truck that's coming towards it. You know, it feels very silly.
Forager under attack. Road lost.
How did you two become acquainted?
We lost the way
Very
to
good question.
spawner.
Basically, well, you know, Silica was released. Lycan had been covering it for a time, and in fact, Lycan, how did that fuck?
Western border.
My brain is failing me right now. Do you remember how we first talked or met? I think you want to do an interview or something, or like
Yeah,
a stream.
I joined the Discord, and I was interested in getting like a little dev talk going.
Something like that, yeah. I'm trying to scroll up through our messages on Discord, but I've been scrolling for the past minute and it keeps going. Wait, right way. 2023, we're getting close.
Yeah, it was like a little dev talk, and
West.
I then made Silica,
down that
Silica Sundays, so it was like a constant Sunday thing.
Okay, got it.
Ah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so you sent me a video of the Silica community 5 versus 5.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
we had a few like semi-competitive matches, which we can still do. We're just holding out for the split, but yeah, and I cast it from FreeCam because that is my forte, is match commentating.
Yeah, I remember those. Those were awesome. Those were fun to watch. Despite the problems, of course, like, you know, the game wasn't exactly built for it just yet, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, Naraka was somehow managed to be the most played map still, even for that. And I remember the
The 6
human
FPS
players,
battles.
Yeah, they would put heavy factories borderline the map edge, and what would happen is, as soon as the unit spawned in, it would get flung out the factory.
Dodginess.
Classic.
Yeah, the AI didn't take any fall damage at the time, so...
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so the unit should like get flung into the battlefield like at crazy speeds, like rail tanks getting flung in and stuff. It was great.
I remember the first dev talk, also the one with Dead Wizard, which was actually the first thing I saw about Silica. Yeah, I remember those ones. Those were quite fun. I remember he wanted a short, like, well, you know, a 2-hour dev talk or whatever, and we spent what, like 12 hours on the stream talking and playing. I think it was something like that. It was ridiculous. Or 9 hours. I don't remember now. But yeah, I kept the poor guy up. But yeah, he's moved on to other games since then. I also heard the opinion that a free-to-play model would help due to the smaller number of players. Is it possible so that you can still earn, or do you or Bohemka have a plan? Free-to-play is definitely a very bad idea, in my opinion, for this kind of a game, because to get money from a free-to-play game, well, you need to get money from it still to keep it active. And free-to-play is built on, well, a fundamental approach which, I will be brutally honest, I'm not much of a fan of. You know, I don't have a problem with it, like, per se, but if I can choose, I prefer to avoid it as much as possible, because, I mean, I just prefer, you know, honest, one-time fee. It's like, alright, you pay this shit, and it's yours, and you're done, right? That has its own implications of what you can do with the game, of course, especially when you try and do it as a service. But you know, for a normal game, I don't know. I just think it's just more clear cut. You know, both sides know what they're getting. You know, one side is paying just a bit more than a lunch or two, right? And the other side, you know, is getting a person which will have infinite access, ideally, of course, infinite access to the game in single player and multiplayer. I just prefer the model. But and I honestly think free to play for Silica, yeah, sure, you might get a lot of people hopping on. That is probably true. You probably would get a few people jumping on. But I don't think long term it would help with the player count. I think what will help with the player count is improved AI, and well, quite frankly, just improved AI. Really, like, yeah, campaign will also help, but ultimately, improved AI is the most critical thing. Like, and of course, the quality of life for the RTS shit. You know, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I prefer to avoid free to play in general. And as for like plan, yeah, there is a plan, of course. You know, like by release, there's so much that has been added since the original game that it makes less and less sense to sell it for the current price, right? So that will probably need to increase, which makes sense, especially since we are doing a campaign. You know, we have added like a fuck ton of features and, you know, entire another side and so on and so on and so on, right? Originally, you know, for example, I planned to do the Centauri Soul split, that there'd be a lot of overlap with the units. The only reason I decided to like just in the end go all the way and like split it completely was because it would feel much better, you know, because then you don't have to rely on the information you see on the top of the screen. You just learn the units, and you can, when you see a unit, you know immediately if it's on your team or not, you know. So, Silica available on console? Question mark. Very good question. It was answered during Gamescom, but yeah, that didn't make much of an impact, of course. Yes, we will be developing it for consoles post 1.0 release on PC. It is also partially the reason why like we added gamepad support, but the bigger reason for that one is to make it compatible with Steam Deck. And of course, you know, pushing for consoles, it just makes sense. I'd love to have crossplay, but I don't think that would be possible. But we'll see. Hello, will matchmaking be commander versus commander or commander with a player team versus the same? Very good question. We thought about this like, or we went through this like internally quite a lot. We decided that in the end, it didn't actually make all that much sense to introduce like competitive matchmaking right now, especially like if you look at the polls. I'm not sure if anyone has, or like if you've seen this poll, sorry, specifically. But if you go into the Silica Discord and go to official polls, it is, where was it? Ah, there it is. RTS playstyle, right? That's the last official poll, which was posted on 29th of July. And it was, question, how would you like to play Silica in terms of its RTS counterpart most? Please select only one. And it was A, B, C, or D. A being RTS in single player only, playing alone. B, RTS on a private server with a few friends. C, RTS in a public casual-like mode where players hop on or off as they please. And D, RTS in a public, ranked, competitive-like mode where players are matched beforehand, are locked into their team throughout the match, and must remain in the match till the end, time limit or win, else lose a rank. Note, the match begins after a minimum number of players joins the lobby, and is not always full. And I had thought that there'd be like a decent amount of people going for D, but actually it was incredibly skewed towards 2, right? There was 144 people that voted for single player only, 552 voted for private server with a few friends, 447 voted for public casual-like mode, and then 124 voted for ranked competitive. So we decided to, in the end, like, not do that one, at least not until the game is released, because there's a lot of time that would have to be invested to getting that working really well. It would require even more servers, because you know they need to be available on the fly for such ranked competitive matches. So you know, so we decided against going with that one rather than going with something which makes more sense for the game at the moment, which is, well, just, you know, matchmaking within the match, right? So you join a server, and you know, you'll be put onto a team, or you'll try and join a team, of course, but there'll be auto team balance. You know, think natural selection 2. I think like what natural selection 2 does is more than enough for Silica as well. For now, we shall see if that changes post-release. Like, I mean, I would actually enjoy doing a competitive ranked mode, where it's full competitive, similar to Counter-Strike. But I am aware of that you can't really do that if there's very little players playing. You need to have thousands of players online at one time, always at the same time, to make that make sense. Yeah, at the moment it just doesn't. Nor by release. I don't expect 100,000 players to be online on release. I'm not it's not a fully new announced game, so
Jacob here, two more colors.
free to play is a black hole money bait with micros, cash cows. Yeah, that's essentially if you do free to play well, from a business perspective, then you are essentially you just have to get microtransactions at every corner, right? And I'm not much of a fan of that. I completely understand, even just how much servers would cost for free players. Yeah, that's another thing. If you're going free to play, then there's a big upfront cost, but you have to have that thought up. It is basically, quite frankly, it's just incompatible. It is not it is entirely incompatible with Silica to go free to play now. Right, and one of the first things I remember, there was a presentation that was given to us ages ago about free to play, and I don't mean to Silica, but when I was still in Bohemia, from someone, and the first thing was, you do not add free to play to your game. You build the game around free to play. So adding it to Silica is exactly it just doesn't make sense, right? Absolutely not. Yo, what up, Mr. Corey? Hello. Thanks. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you because you're Czech, of course. I figured Kupa her, so that makes sense. And thank you, man. Incredible. Thanks. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
Hello, Jacob.
So how's your battle going, Mr. Lycan?
We're gonna have to take it more methodically.
I feel you are muted. Is it possible?
Me?
Oh, there you go. No, you're just so in the zone that you didn't hear me.
Yeah, no, I was hunting Talion down, and I killed his rail tank
okay.
with a single squid, and it was glorious.
Connect, I need flyers.
Poor Talion. He's always your target, isn't he?
He is. When I see his name, I just tunnel vision.
But to be fair, I mean, you're always his target too, so I guess it's I guess, all is fair in love and war.
I flew up above and then directly on top of him, and he wasn't even looking. He was looking in the other direction, and he just insta killed him. He was on low HP, and I hit him in the. Does the squid hit the weak spot? Because I aimed for the ammo rack at the back of the turret.
It can hit the weak spot. Oh, actually, wait, no. I think I specifically made it so explosions don't really hit the weak spot because they just always would hit the weak spot. I do not recall right now. I suspect not. Though it could be. Fuck.
I got him anyway.
Sorry.
I
do
got
not
him with
remember.
beauty. He called me a rat bastard. So haha. Die, Talion, die. Woo! I see a squid, Shadow. Where's the squid? Squid? Where was that to?
I think that's Italian.
Damn. How you doing, Curry? How you doing, Raxus? How you doing, Cooper?
Oh no, we like what?
How is everybody doing today? There was a Italian just there. Give me a second.
The layers in the middle, like here.
So, I'm kind of curious, how much code are you allowed to share without getting in trouble, or are you not limited in any way? Well, there's a two-pronged thing to that, right? I'm not allowed to share it because it's obviously it's covered by the NDA, but it doesn't specifically mention sharing of code, specifically, right? It just shares company secrets and this kind of stuff, right? Ultimately, the second thing to that is you don't want to share your code for multiple reasons. One, if I shared all the code, someone else can take it and just all the problems that I've worked all the research and development, that I've poured into this to solve problems which are some of the reasons why other games have not done the same thing. Someone could just get for free, right? It would be very unwise to share the entire code base for someone to just take and copy paste, because sure, someone can copy paste that and say, well, I wrote it myself, right? And then when like if there was a court case, they'd have to prove that they wrote it themselves, right? But the onus would be on me to prove that that they copied my code. You understand, right? So it's unwise to share your code, for that reason. Second reason is, and this is probably more important than the first, is hackers. If you provide your entire code base, then people will. It just makes it much easier to hack. So yeah, it's not a good idea. And of course, you can mention like running a debugger and decompiling the code and all this kind of stuff, but it just isn't the same. Like you don't get the full code like by decompiling, and you don't get comments. Yeah, so why make it easier, right? I'm good, just legs up on the desk watching you play and listening to Dram. Sounds fun except for the second part. Do you really want to be listening to my voice, man? I think that for console controller gameplay, human commanding will work well, but I think alien commanding is too intensive to play with a controller. There is so much noding going on and refreshing army shrimp production. That's a very good point, Seth. I think we'll oh shit, I accidentally put my desk down a little bit. I think we'll see how that goes. Because from what we've played internally, it appears quite fine. But of course, if we're talking about like online competitive play, yeah, I mean, you always have a problem with the controller, right? I mean, well, actually, then again, I remember playing like, I don't know. I'm kind of unsure, to be perfectly honest. I get your point though. I really do get your point. But yeah, it's a question. It really is.
How you doing, Zap and Lewis?
Lucho.
Lewis on the beach.
Hey, how are you liking, man? At the beach right now. Oh, that's awesome, man. Lucky you. The beautiful beaches of Argentina. Yeah, man. Otherwise, I'm fine. Just here with Mr. Lycan, finishing units in the background while he's playing a match on Prime Battalion, a 3-way on Polaris Outpost.
And we've just won.
Just recommend keyboard and mouse for consoles even. It's not like we're still in the days you can't hook them up. Yeah, I mean, like currently, the way... Shit, just heard something. Anyway, currently the way we've got it written is if you take a controller and it's connected to the game and you just start giving it input, it will switch immediately to like the console layout, which means radial menus for certain things and, and this kind of stuff. And hints change to reflect it. And then if you go back to keyboard and mouse, it switches back immediately as well. So this was critical for me, for the reason that you don't want to do it. They have to start up in some console mode or whatnot. So in fact, yeah, if you played it on like a console with keyboard and mouse and controller, yeah, you can just switch between the two without a problem. So. Else redesign the whole UI. Yeah, well, we didn't actually go and redesign the whole UI. We had to redesign a few things for control specifically, like unit selection. You can't drag. You don't want to do the same thing like you don't want to simulate a cursor. So the way we did that was just like other games on consoles, like RTSs have handled it, and it feels quite good in my opinion. Which is that kind of you paint the selection. Changing to Naraka. Okay, that was buggy. Reload. Says Mr. Connect.
City.
City of Naraka?
Naraka.
Naraka? Actually, yeah, you probably would say Naraka, wouldn't you?
Naraka?
No, it would be Naraka, wouldn't it?
Naraka.
Naraka, yeah.
Unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately. Fortunately, I have a Cornish accent, so it is far away from bottle of water as you can get.
Bottle of water?
It's a bottle of water
yeah.
instead.
Ah, yes. Bottled water. That's.
I'm in the fake Australia of Britain, basically.
Server being a little bitch.
Here it might be Nahararara. Yeah, definitely Nahararara.
Nahara. Narara. Ra. Yeah, Narara. Let's go play on Narara. Fucking hell, that's funny. Maybe shrimp production, army production can be made easier, for example, by making shrimps build automatically, or being able to queue up a big amount of army without paying upfront. I get you, and I think what might be useful is specifically for that, it might make the most sense if you could like set a target, for example. But I think these are things like which are quality of life, which can come post 1.0, honestly. Like, you know, being able to say, keep a count of 10 shrimp. I don't know. You know, something like that, for example. Should work or something like that. Thanks for the last dev talk, man. That was insane. Oh, thank you, Lewis, for stopping by as well, man. Like it was a lot of fun. Yeah, next time I'll probably log off earlier because at 4 a.m. was a bit insane. But yeah, it was great to like talk to everyone, show them some things off. I wanted to do more development so you guys could kind of see what that looks like. But you know, that's just how it always is. Like it's a dev talk, it's the primary like target of it. Yeah.
Baby games, Broughton.
Need some scouting support.
That's good.
Narara.
But we're good. We're good.
You can rejoin. Would you still like to implement the freighter win condition after 1.0 if the game is not a flop? Yeah, I think it'll be worthwhile giving it a try, right?
We move here.
And little kitten, come here.
Thank you.
Come here, little kitten. Yeah, stepping on the keyboard, no thank you.
Alex, can you move here?
Man, what I'd do for a horn right now.
Beep beep. Yeah, so freighter win condition. I think it'll be worth giving it a try. Because I kind that was the original intent, to have a freighter fly in and you know and take the shit away. But you know, at the same time, it doesn't have that much of a gameplay impact. Definitely not enough to kind of make it a critical feature, if you get what I mean. It's more atmospheric. There is of course a gameplay element because you can like lose money even after harvesting it, right? Until it's taken away. You know, the kind of Bolterian debt, so to speak. But we shall see. Auto build shrimp, and it automatically deducts the money for a new one when one dies. Yeah, I mean like an auto build for shrimp where you say, you know, I want a certain amount of them like at all times available, and you know, once one dies, it puts another one into the queue. It just makes sense, right? Like that. But it's not standard by any means. So just thinking how difficult it would be to do. Yeah, I won't feature creep. We can get back to that later on, I guess. Probably we could have more development and dev talks if we present a topic such as balancing or features, and yeah, less time because last one was 8 hours. Yeah. Yeah, 8 hours, it was another whole working day, basically. Okay, I understand. You know what I mean? The kitten. I'm stroking my dick, I'm stroking my cat.
I don't know what's going on with my game audio versus your audio, but my audio is insanely loud.
Like in game or what?
Yeah.
I have no idea. It is possible that Windows has yet again decided to reduce the volume of my microphone.
No, you know what it is, right?
No, it's fine.
Look for the aliens, hover bikes up.
So there is a setting in sound. For anyone else that wants to know, there's a setting inside of sound where it is. Some more sound settings? Yeah, I think it's here. Then you go to properties. Loudness equalization.
Cat is wiping her head on the microphone.
Now the reason why I've got it on is, for example, some games have quietened footsteps due to certain cues of audio. For example, game announcement would override, say, enemy footsteps, etc., etc. That is actually designed so it makes every sound that you hear on the same hearing level as everything else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So it equalizes all sounds. So footsteps, for example, and the game announcer would be exactly the same volume for each other. And that's why it's incredibly loud for me.
That makes sense. Look, kitten. Okay.
I'm looking for the aliens. You've got your meow, and I've got no meows in here. Oh no, I've got one big boy meow behind me.
Big boy Rocky, yeah?
Big Rock. I call him.
Okay.
I call him Big Rock or Boulder Boy. What time is it? It is 8 o'clock. So, guys, if you want to see, right? If you want to see, like the pyro tank, most of the new ground vehicles, let me know. I can switch over to the test branch and like play a strategy game with them involved. Actually, are they buildable yet? I don't think they are. Spawnable only.
Yeah, spawnable, not buildable
Spawnable.
at the moment.
So I'll be
Because
able to,
I
like,
want
play with
to
them.
do that for all of them at once.
Yeah, yeah. Just let me know. If you guys want to see the pyro tank, the crimson tank, the combat tank, the tank, heavy tank, light tank, well not light tank, strike tank, barrage tank, barrage truck. And rocket tank, I think.
Yes, that is correct.
How you doing, Tricky? How's it going? Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Not too bad. We're playing on some PB today. We just come off playing Polaris Outpost as I was the aliens, and we was victorious. Now I'm playing as Sol versus the aliens, so we shall see how this game goes, I suppose. Whether or not we can get 2 in a row tonight. So the issue we've had so far is we've only just found the aliens, so we haven't had a chance, you know, to go for the shrimp. Prime Battalion, PB, Cooper.
What's the reason for the Centauri harvesters not being able to move on Sol refineries? Looks like they don't get traction or something. Yeah, that, I fixed it already, like locally. What that is the force field has 0 friction, so they just spin their wheels, obviously. I changed it. I put to like slightly more slippery than ice, but no like the equivalent of ice. So they should be functional on it next time.
Supreme Commander 2. Or Space Marine 2? SMT? No. SMT.
Or something, something.
Or something? Yeah, maybe something.
Or if it's English, then it'll be or summit.
Or something. I've literally just finished is it the Age of Darkness campaign? Age of Darkness? Final Stand, I think it's called.
It's pretty much broken. There has to be a server restart in order to fix it.
Right, well I'm just NPC driving around in a heavy quad. I might go and do something a bit more productive, like for example nothing, because there's no buildings.
But they're not leaving the barracks.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, no, they're not in the factories really.
I think I remember Game 8, I have to manually move them out.
Yeah, you have to manually move them. It's so buggy.
Yeah, it's some bullshit.
Potter over here.
What's going down?
I have chocolate from Prague, by the way, very yummy. Oh, glad to hear it, man. Were you in Prague recently,
Do you
or?
have any
Oh,
vehicles
let's
right now?
get Potter.
Could be used.
Few east.
Not sure if I should build already some heavy here, but because the tanks are not leaving the factory anyway.
Right, so I'll get my butt all the way over to this harvester.
Light vehicle factory all hung up.
My dad trying to get over the damn bike.
Bro, what's going on with all the quads? Should them have a million quads come out of the factory all at once?
No, I have to because they are stuck.
Ah, someone from my family was this week. Ah, okay. I hope they enjoy it here. I live in Prague and I quite like it here. Though I do prefer to live just outside the city, but alas, children's schools.
Our base is under attack.
So ultramassive sleep dead.
Graham, have you seen the news around BF6 and Call of Duty Black Ops 7?
Oh, actually. What's up?
It's like a nice form of healthy competition.
I guess I missed
so-
something.
So you know, Battlefield's like meant to be the game of the like this year in forms of like first-person shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Call of Duty was still going ahead with the Black Ops 7 stuff, and I've noticed a few posts coming out of Black Ops 7. They've turned around and like brought back like saying, oh yeah, you're not gonna be able to take over, say, your Beavis and Butthead skin, your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle skin, your Nicki Minaj skin, over to the standard Black Ops 7 experience. And they're like changing the skins to be more for like a grounded look, like Black Ops 7 look and stuff. Yeah, real interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that was one thing which I always hated, even in Counter-Strike, when you encounter like pink guns and shit, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just when I play games, I prefer that kind of like more immersive feel.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I do feel like
Our base is under attack.
it's good competition because it's kind of like Call of Duty's just left to run around, right? Do their own thing. Partner with every every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You know, like Beavis and Butthead, Warhammer 40k. You know, like loads of different franchises, and it kind of like. For example, if you're playing Warzone, just like out of a first-person shooter perspective, it doesn't even have to be doesn't have to be Warzone. But like if you're implementing different character models, for example, like Beavis and Butthead with a big head, you're already making it worse off for players aiming at that character because the hitbox remains the same, right? So if you're going to be shooting, say, Beavis's big head and his hitbox is the same as, say, a standard character, then it's going to throw your aim off because you think, you're aiming for the main meat and not for the actual... Well, it's like the skeleton, isn't it? The skeleton of a character.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the biggest problems. Like, the hitbox needs to, well, correspond to the visual, right? So I mean, if you got a guy with a massive head, well, it should just be easy to get a headshot, quite frankly. Because otherwise it's just harder to get a headshot. In fact, that's the irony.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt to throw anti-air around someplace.
Raxus, how many copies do you need to sell to keep this project going after 1.0? Very good question. I mean, realistically speaking, if it sold another 100,000 copies, roughly speaking, I can't say exact numbers, right? Due to NDA. But like, if we're talking about like, a good sell situation, which is, let's say 100,000 copies post-release, then that would keep the game going for a time, anything more than that would be awesome, obviously. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. The main target is to just reach the state where where it's really fun to play. There's no technical problems which just like force you to quit it or anything like this. And then hopefully it will kind of like stand on good ground by itself.
Let me know.
And try and give a reasonable marketing push with it. When Family Guy crossover in Silica? Oh god.
Peter Griffin is the guy rolling across the battlefield, yeah.
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 Have you guys played Escape from Tarkov? The game is really immersive.
Yes.
I haven't bought, but I haven't yet played it. But I've seen plenty of videos which I had like played in the background for a time, and it looks like a very fun game. I know that there's a problem with there's a lot of problems with hackers apparently. At least that's what friends have been telling me, but I assume that's been fixed by now. Yeah, it looks really good, but it's time for me is quite an issue,
I played a fair amount of it.
Yeah. Jaden is saying that was a scarily accurate impression, Mr. Lycan.
Or Peter Griffin.
I assume so. Righto. More work?
I see one coming out, but I want to claim that.
I'll try.
Thanks. I want that one.
That's World of Warcraft, isn't it?
I was here first,
Oh,
man.
Warcraft?
Not World. Yes, Warcraft 3.
My life for the Horde.
Man, little shit.
But yes,
That was a
I
good
played
game.
Tarkov. It is a good game, yeah. I played Tarkov and I don't really play it online anymore. I literally play the PVM mode because it saves your character progress. I can just go back to it anytime. I don't have to worry about like my progress getting wiped because I haven't played it for so long. And they've done like scheduled wipes and stuff.
Coming here. Need someone to clear it up.
So it's nice. I get to drop in and drop out when I get some time or when I fancy playing it. It's like Factory.
Another gunship, please.
1 second.
Yeah, and that's what I play, Curry. And I'm hoping some of my mates get it as well, because then it's a co-op experience. So it'd be pretty cool to have them play it like alongside as well.
Loaded over to the west.
Ah, they have single player experience now that never resets for those that don't have time and don't want to deal with hacks. I got 6k hours on the game. Fair enough. That sounds like it's a little bit more for me. I mean, I mostly prefer like a kind of small group play, right? I mean, I don't mind also playing online with like a ton of people either. But you know, I mean, I still enjoy playing the odd Counter-Strike. But yeah, for me, it's just because there's just so much to do on this game, and all my free time is dedicated to this fucking thing. Then you know, I feel this aversion to learn new games, quite frankly. So when I do get like a few minutes or whatnot, and I say, all right, fuck, you know, I really need to play something else. I usually load up something I've been playing for ages already. You know, just the way it is.
Yeah, one game I did absolutely smash the hell out of in the last 2 weeks was No Man's Sky.
Yeah, I heard that was like significantly better now.
Insanely better. It's probably one of the best space games out there. I know you've got like Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous and you know those games as well, but for a drop in drop out perspective where oh god, I just repaired my I'm not even looking, I repaired my gunship, we're taking damage again. Crash into a rock. But like what they've introduced is being able to build your own Corvette. Very similar to like Starfield's version of building your own ship, but on a better level.
Mm-hmm. That's nice. Yeah, man, I remember playing Parkin 2 back in the day. Didn't play Parkin 1, but played Parkin 2. It was published by 1C. It was a Russian game, actually, made by Russians. It's a really, really interesting and good game, and it's such a pity that it never got a proper continuation.
Yeah.
It had boarding of ships.
I flew all that way. I wasn't looking. I hit like the tiniest little rock, and I've taken off all the health that I actually repaired. So I got to go back to repair station, heal back up, and then go back out again. It's typical, absolutely typical.
I need a scout here.
But no, I've played a lot of Elite Dangerous. The last time I played Elite Dangerous, I had a Anaconda and a Federal Corvette. Pretty maxed out. A few mining haulers. But I felt like the game was in a weird spot where it didn't have much power play and not much to do after you've like got the final ships and stuff. But what I've been hearing now, there's more to do again. But it's finding the time to go back to it because No Man's Sky is long to do. Like it's a quite a lengthy game to get through. But Elite Dangerous is way longer.
Then you have Eve.
Eve Online, yeah, I've never touched it. Never touched it.
I remember playing it once. I really loved the visuals, but yeah, then I found out how much like time you would need to invest to actually get anywhere, and I was like, cool, this is not for me.
It's pretty player-run economies as well, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Very similar.
I mean, I remember.
Is it New World?
Here.
Not sure.
Somebody with
Get it already.
a fighter
Got it.
gunship
Got it.
over there.
Got it.
Yes, the X series, indeed, Cryon. Yeah, I absolutely love. My favorite like space game of all time would have to be X2: The Threat. I just absolutely loved that game the most. X3 was good, but I don't know, just didn't hit me like X2 did.
Where?
Our base is under attack.
West middle.
And I didn't play X4, to be fair.
So I've got X4.
The firebug.
I do need to play it.
Oh, okay.
But the issue I have with X4 is I don't have a full-size keyboard. And I noticed a lot, like every key is utilized in that game.
Yeah, that's the typical thing where, you know, keyboard creep, controls creep. Where it's like, oh yeah, but I mean, those are just shortcuts mostly. Like, you don't need all of them, I assume.
Yeah. I've got a flight stick and everything, because I used to play a lot of Ace Combat. So I've got, like, a lot of stuff for flying.
Can you go get the firebug west?
Where's the firebug?
And I really
Yeah, I
want to play
remember,
Star Citizen, but it's very monetized.
Yeah, Star Citizen, like, is phenomenal, and it's just, the potential is just around the corner at all times. It's like fucking, Fusion, you know?
I was trying to get the firefighter to go over there.
Star Citizen looks just absolutely phenomenal and amazing, and I'd absolutely love for it to be completed. But yeah, that will still take some time, I assume.
Yes.
I imagine. Last lack. I mean, then you had. I remember before Star Citizen was even announced, there was Infinity, the Quest for Earth. That was one of the most impressive space engine like simulations for like what's it called? Nebula and all this kind of stuff, and planetary surfaces and all this kind of stuff. They had full simulation of the planets, physics on that before Star Citizen was even announced. But of course, I don't know what happened. They just kind of got stuck, and then they released the like Infinity Battlescape demo.
Yes, Infinity Battlescape.
Yeah. They kind of like cut down the scope to make it possible to actually achieve. Wise, of course, very wise. But yeah. I don't. Oh, what's this? I love flying. Yeah, Corey. That makes the two of us, man. Like, apart from like X2, the game I would play the most. I'm not really a game. That's the problem. Is Orbiter Space Flight Simulator. It was made by a what's it called, physics professor. But that one, oh man, I just played that all the time. You know, trying to get to the various planets and stuff. I remember trying to get the space shuttle to orbit at first without following the rule, like the guides and all this kind of stuff. You know, just from previous knowledge. I got almost to low Earth orbit and I crashed into crashed back down. Then I found out it was because I had unlimited fuel on, and that made it problematic. It basically made everything way too heavy. So I was like, oh okay, so you switch off unlimited fuel and it was all fine. But yeah, that was extremely rewarding. It obviously was a very heavy, I would say, inspiration for a Kerbal Space Program. But yeah, Orbiter Space Flight Simulator. It's still up there. You can still download it. You can still play it, and it's fantastic. I actually used to make some mods for that, and I even made the Kark space station for that as well. The Kark being those in X2. That was when I was a teenager, basically. Really love that.
They're still making DLCs for X4, aren't they? I'm pretty sure. Plus a lot of aircraft just chilling on this. Yeah, a load of aircraft.
Yeah, not sure, man. Not sure.
I am looking forward to Hello Games' new title. If you haven't already heard of it.
A new title.
So it's not going to be space, it's going to be like fantasy setting. It's called Light No Fire. Looks pretty interesting.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it, actually.
What am I hearing outside?
Like outside your house or what?
Yeah. It's like a full-on truck going past. Damn. How you doing, Frankenhart? How you doing?
Oh, Frankenhart. Hey, man. Haven't seen you for a while.
Yes, Light No Fire. There it is.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you had it open there.
Yeah, light no fire there.
Let's have a look. Might as well look at the background here too. Light, no fire. Oh, look at that. It's even got the similar kind
Right
of
there, building the HQ.
logo.
Like the Atlas symbol. Well, the Atlas is
Yes.
from. I wonder if it's. So I wonder if you've ever played No Man's Sky and you know the general story of it. Mute your ears if it's spoilers. So I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds to mute. But if you're not worried about story spoilers for No Man's Sky, if you're not gonna be playing anytime soon, then fair enough. So the Atlas is the almost like god entity of the universe, and is basically running a simulation. So the whole galaxy that you play in is one big simulation, and you are a computer program in that simulation. And the Atlas is essentially dying in the game, so it's shutting down. So you're able to restart the simulation and go through different galaxies and like remake the galaxy with the Atlas and etc etc. That's No Man's Sky basically. I'm wondering if Light No Fire is on the same scale, where it's an Atlas in a simulation of Earth and you're playing as a simulated entity again. I wonder if that's going to be the case.
I think that would be a waste, quite frankly. And plus, I see there's lots of animals, so I think it's just a different direction.
Northeast, please.
It looks very nice, very interesting, very stylized, of course, but very interesting.
It's only because you can see the symbol there in the game's logo, and it reminds me of the
Yeah, it
Atlas.
does look like it does. It does. I mean, I mean, either it's just clever marketing where its logo being similar to No Man's Sky will immediately remind you of it.
Yeah.
So you'll recognize the thing, or it is, of course, like connected. I am not sure if it's a good idea to connect the two. You know, because it would feel a bit ham-fisted, in my opinion. But you know, I've heard multiple kind of things like this where it's like, oh, let's connect all these different worlds together because it's better to keep things connected. And I just don't know. I think it's better not to have them connected if it doesn't make sense. You know, like, but hey, I mean, who am I to talk, right?
If they do it smart, where it just doesn't give anything away, and then at the end again you're like, oh, so it's like the same simulation again. Or if you've never played No Man's Sky, then you just won't have a clue.
Yeah.
It reminds me of like Grounded in a sense. Like you don't realize what's happening until the very end.
I haven't actually played that.
Grounded.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
it's
have
not.
it on
It's,
my wish list, I think.
yeah, there's no spoilers, but it's not the same as No Man's Sky. But it's one of those storylines where it's a very mysterious storyline.
Care to spoil it? Because the probability of me playing it is near zero.
So
Or I could just read it up probably, but up to you, man.
whether or not the guys in chat have been playing the second one, I'm not sure if I want to spoil it for them. I haven't played the second one yet either, but it's going to be on the same basis. Basically, it's like
Yeah.
lab experiments gone wrong, and you're a bunch of kids that have been shrunken down, and you got to figure out why you've been shrunken down. And there are other people who've also been shrunken down, but they've been changed drastically. But there's also a reality shifting device involved as well. So there's a lot of different things.
Well, sounds interesting actually.
It allows you to do New Game Plus, basically, with the reality shifting device. And, like, change aspects of the game. So when you go back in, it's distinctly different. Whether or not the bugs spawn randomized. So, for example, where you'd find a huntsman spider, there could be a swarm of wasps instead. Yeah, that sort of thing. As well as, like, when you like use that device as well, like there are more powerful gear that you've got to go and hunt down and things like that as well, and different bosses. It's pretty cool.
Man, I gotta play more games. Just constantly developing shit that... You know how it is.
Time? What time? That's pretty much it.
That is precisely it.
Oh, look, a Rayleigh boy. Just chilling out in the open, little Rayleigh boy. I'll turn on the tack lights now because no one could see what's going on. I can, because my monitor is quite bright naturally, but I can see on the stream and capture, and it's very dark.
Mr. Rayleigh boy.
Mr. Rayleigh boy. Are you a big fan of horror games, Dram?
Yeah, I like me a good horror game.
Have you
Haven't
seen
played any recently, but...
Have you seen there's going to be a Halloween game?
A Halloween game?
Yeah. Michael Myers.
Ooh.
From the same guys
That
who did
sounds-
Friday the 13th and Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
It is interesting.
I'm just hoping they step away from the whole Dead by Daylight, Texas Chain Massacre-esque style and go back towards more the Friday the 13th style, where, like, in Friday the 13th, Jason is a scary boy. Like, you want to be running away from him at all times. You don't want to be fighting him. In Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a bit different. Instead of just one super killer, there's like 4 killers and then 6 survivors, I think. And it was a bit more like balanced in that regard. And I felt like it was more like Dead by Daylight. So I hope, you know, they've gone for the, you know, the killer is this supreme like player where it's a struggle to get out, basically.
Push. Well,
Yeah, like, what I find many horror games kind of like either use the typical jump scare crap, which is fine. I mean, one jump scare in a while isn't bad. But I find many of them lack that kind of psychological element. You know, that kind of not sure how like what to call it, but you know, for example, if you recall the Blair Witch Project, the first one, you know, you never see the Blair Witch, but you see, you know, evidence of her being there.
Yeah.
I guess if it's she, you get the point. And it's very psychological. You know what I mean?
Yeah, psychological
tends
horror.
Yeah, and that tends to be what I would say is the most effective, like, horror to kind of like scare the shit out of you, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. And we've got Alien Isolation too. I did enjoy Alien Isolation. Good old Alien.
Alien Isolation, yeah, that was awesome. I played it a bit, but actually I need to play it more.
That's another game where it gives you like the whole. The alien is a big threat to contend with, and that's what all horror should be. And like the impending, you know, you make a noise and you think, oh shit, is the alien going to come out that vent and it's going to come for me? Shit, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Like that type of thing. And when the alien's there, you're like, oh shit, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
I know there's another Alien game that's just come out. It was meant to be a VR title, but they've kind of like done away with the whole. They've made a PC port. Incursions, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another one for me to play when I get a chance. You cannot play horror games or watch movies. You hate being scared. Oh man, they're like some of the best games out there. If you want to like a thrill and your blood pumping, sense of achievement when you've gotten through something, horror games can deliver that quite nicely. I'd probably say
That's true.
Resident Evil is probably one of the better examples of that. Like being chased by the tyrant, and you just know that you just got to keep running from him, but you also got to do your objective at the same time, so you got to try and outsmart him. It's great. I need a repair. Light vehicle factory there. Will the hover bike for Centauri stay for now?
Yeah, for now, yeah. I'll replace it eventually with something else. I'm hoping for a dirt bike, but I just don't want to dedicate the time to it right now. You know. But yeah, dirt bike would be sick. But then it has more limitations than the hover bike, so I'm considering doing like a thruster-based hover bike. You know, just like the Centauri units, flying units are also thruster-based. If that to make sense, you.
Interesting. There we go. 34 frames per second. Oh, is in drams over the top of it. Yeah, I use MSI Afterburner now for frame rate calculations instead of NVIDIA. Because NVIDIA actually tanks your frames. MSI Afterburner doesn't seem to do it.
That's ironic.
I know, right? I need to change its location though. To the right side if I can. Where'd you... I don't know. I have no clue.
I don't know. Fuck.
I mean, to be honest, I should put the toggle on for something, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I guess.
F10 to toggle it.
The HQs,
I don't know where. I don't know how to sort it for putting it on the right side, but you guys can see. You can actually see it. Never mind. 38 frames. There you go.
Is there a new check for the shop?
CPU running at 46 degrees. Nice, cool 46. GPU running at 41 degrees. Apparently 0% utilization, which doesn't make sense. So something's gone wrong there. When I use Steam for FPS, the same thing. It uses hardware acceleration to do the display. Same as NVIDIA. And it can actually start tanking your frames.
Nvidia.
Rear unit kept.
You need me in the east,
Man.
Talion?
I need sleep.
Take off.
I'm still looking forward
How's
to getting these
the
units out.
how are the units looking at the moment? How's
Well,
the chick?
I-
The chick? How's the chick? How's the checklist looking? God.
The checklist, yeah. So I'm finishing that cross-shaped one. So I have basically after that I'll have 2 air units for Centauri. They'll be easier, those ones. And then freaking 5 infantry. Those ones shouldn't be that difficult. What the fuck? What is this? Null object. Fuck you too.
That's the one I have.
Oh, what have I fucked
Brian.
up?
That is the cooler that I have, sir. Arctic Liquid Freezer 360 RGB. The chick list, yes, the chick list. Drama's got himself a chick list.
I see. You do not like the fact that I do not have a transform assigned. Oh, fine.
But yeah, if there's any other components that you're wondering I've got, then just let me know. I've built this PC from scratch multiple times over the years.
Building your own PC is the best, and at the same time the worst.
Yes, something goes wrong, and then you're like, ah, shit. It's always scary.
I've always built my own. But I used to enjoy it. Keyword, I used to enjoy
Used to, yeah. I think the next PC I go for, I probably won't build my own. I'll probably get someone like Scan to build them, which they're like they build like PCs to specification, right? So you pick your parts and they build it, so it's no different. It's not like a pre-built, like if you went to Cyber Power or something like that, where you get like given the cheapest shit going. You actually get to pick your parts, so. And not only that, they optimize it, they test it, you know, they do all that shit as well, which I do as well, but it's just, it takes the time out of it. It just, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm talking years and years down the line. I don't even do anything now for a bit. Like, I changed from a 7800 X3D to a 9800 3 weeks ago, so I'm pretty happy with the CPU upgrade. Catch you later, Tricky, mate. Have a good one, buddy. We can finally see his morning on Bolterus.
What else is there to do for the split after the units are done? Well, basically the structures, those are done. There's just a few minor things to kind of like fix up on them and stuff. For the split specifically, I think there's practically nothing that really needs to get done. Apart from a few things which I've mentioned. So just the units basically. And hello, Siren man.
How you doing, Siren? How you doing, mate? You know, repair PC today. It was very small and it was a pain to work with. Oh, they're the best. They're the best. I built my my mate's PC the other week before the Battlefield beta came out. It was for the Battlefield beta basically, and you know when you like fully build a PC, and then you get the motherboard ready, you put the CPU in, you put the RAM in, you put the SSDs in, and then you put it in the case. You're like, sick, everything's fitting nicely, and then you go to put the fans in, and then you realise that the standoffs needed to be moved in the case up one, so you can actually fit the fans in. Yeah, that was me. So I built the whole thing, got almost done. Went to put the bottom fans in, wouldn't fit. So I had to take the whole motherboard out, whilst holding the motherboard, move the standoffs up in the case as well, to put the motherboard back in. Mind you, the cooler was already connected, and yeah, it was literally ready. The GPU just needed to go in, so that was a ball ache. There's a lot of colo over there, and there's a lot of wasp. You only swapped PC cases and cooling since the last setup ran way too hot. Yeah, I'm gonna deal with PC temperatures is a scary thought.
Connect, you're correct.
Lucky enough, I've been relatively fine with my PC. Relatively. Oh, I tell you what I did find out. So I was getting a lot of mouse latency. Like in my system, constantly. It would get worse as the day goes on, requiring me to restart my PC like every few hours. Found out it was Signal RGB causing the problem, causing microstars in the mouse input every like 10 seconds or so.
That's painful.
So, no Signal RGB means no problem.
That's weird, man.
So yeah, I would avoid using that. If anyone's got Signal RGB, I'd highly suggest trying to locate another program if you wanted to control RGB software. And I know a lot of YouTubers have been paid to push out Signal RGB a lot more. I've seen a lot of adverts for it, and I just cannot stress that you should not use it. And when you look the issue up as well online, and you see these issues dating back a year or more, and they still haven't been fixed, and yet they're pushing it out, then yeah, that's a big no-no. Yeah, IQ again it's not one of those things. So I'm just using MSI Center now to control my motherboard lights, and because I've got Lee and Lee fans, I've got to have L Connect 3 to put those on. But I have it so it loads last profile and it doesn't start the program. And I've got it as well so the MSI light sync program doesn't run. It loads the last saved lights and it just doesn't load. It's kind of like you use it to save the configuration and then you just leave it, and you don't have any problems with it being run in the background. How close to 1.0? Early
shit.
26 now, right?
Most likely. Yeah. It's like, hopefully it'll be completed by the end of this year, for the most part, and then like released, start of next year.
How you doing, Obvian? How you doing, mate? Thanks for the kind words, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Hello, Obian.
I see a great worm. I spy a worm. What's that wasp doing? Oh, it was above me. Dram, you still thinking of going ahead with the wildlife changes?
Which ones do you mean?
Gonna be utilizing them elsewhere.
Oh right, I was going to put them onto Alien. Yeah, quite frankly, I reconsidered. Because after like doing a bit of experimentation, that I just found no reasonable way to limit the worms,
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've been hammered and hampered with the big great worm multiple times when I've been playing. So I do feel like they have a spot to be in a nuisance.
yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, they are indeed a nuisance, but the problem is that the worm, like the great worm, because it can collide with harvesters and knock them aside, essentially. It would be just way too OP. So I'd have to find a way to limit that reasonably. And I thought, why bother? Like it's just a whole other feature thing which can be added later on, like that the aliens could have their own worm, and that the wildlife remains wildlife, right? But I thought it's very different to everything else the aliens have. Maybe the aliens don't really need it. And yeah, like exactly as you say, Crown. Like the having wildlife, I think, is very, very beneficial to the game because it kind of gives you something you encounter along the way. But I just haven't been able to get enough time to properly develop the wildlife enough. The worms, exactly as you say, they don't add all that much at the moment because they don't act all too logically. They don't act as much of a threat. They're not dangerous in the way they act. Like when they appear, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna lose a few units now, and so on. The way it should be is that the Great Worm is very much a threat and is a hunter, right? So when that pops up, you'd be like, oh crap, here we go. But it shouldn't be too aggressive. If it eats your shit, should kind of like it should kind of act like it shouldn't just go straight for the target, right? That's the thing. It's like if it's imagine if it's kind of like circling around your base, kind of waiting for something to kind of exit for it to eat, right? Like to consume. If it was like drawn to moving units rather than just detect the targets, that would also make it a bit more interesting, right? And ultimately, that's why I decided to just like leave it in, because they're okay the way they are. It's better than nothing. But at the same time, yeah, could definitely use like further improvement, So, does that mean there will be no other significant updates till 26 1.0, or is some of the content for that split? Oh no, there'll still be updates. Like as soon as I got like after this Soul Centauri split, there'll be once I improve the RTS stuff and the AI, that'll be added as in an update. Once the campaign is somewhat developed, I'd like to put it into beta, probably not into the main. I think adding it into main makes most sense for 1.0, right? But nevertheless, you get the point. So there'll still be several updates. It's just that I think it would be beneficial to leave a little bit more time, just purely because I've been averaging 2 to 3 days for each individual unit, right? Or sometimes even 1 day. But it's, yeah, that's a pace that is difficult to keep, and also it's very unpredictable. Because some units, for example, with this cross-based one, which I'm doing now, like the cross-shaped one, is taking more time than I had hoped because I had to do a lot of changes to the model to make it just look decent, like fit better, you know, because straight from the get-go it's just not ideal, you know. So it really depends. What if the Great Worms are temporarily summoned as an alien commander ability? Yeah, that is definitely interesting. You know, they could be summoned but not friendly, if you get what I mean. They could literally, it could be that, you know, through an ability, the aliens kind of literally call the existing worms in the map to a certain location, you know, or call them in. But that's just drawing them, you know, like baiting them, so to speak. It could be quite interesting, I think. But you know, that would mean adding commander abilities, and there's a whole another layer to that, and that's what I kind of wanted to avoid at the moment, purely because it's just, yeah, you know, need to finish the game, man. Need to finish the game first. Maybe you can add, like, nests as points of interest to get Bolterium or other benefits. What do you mean, by the way? Like, making nests that like, human players can get Bolterium from them, or... Because they're not intertwined, you shouldn't be getting, like, a Bolterium from nests, obviously. For wildlife worms. Ah, right, yeah, I actually wanted to do it that you can find their nests. And you'd find mama worm out hunting, while the little ones are just kind of like in a group, kind of like messing around. If you shoot them, big old mama is called. That's kind of how it works now, right? If you kill a small worm, then there's a small chance that a great worm will appear. There are no default great worms, right? So if you find a great worm, it's because someone killed a small worm. But the thing in that the logic isn't finalized, and it'd be much nicer to make a whole event around it, right? So if you killed a small worm and it calls mama, then you know, it just happening is not interesting enough. You know, you kind of want to announce it to the player, you know, in some way, you know. So it's just like there's a ton of tweaking even for the existing game that would keep me occupied for the next half year, to make it just much better, you know. And rather than these kind of things, I'd rather improve, for example, the FPS elements, you know. So definitely there's a structure of priorities, of course.
Well, there's a flying testicle right next to me. Yes.
Enemy approaching.
Office. Yeah, I've been in this aircraft, I feel like, for an hour. Absolutely just farming up the aliens.
Harvester under attack.
No, I've jinxed myself. I'm going to die instantly. Watch your space.
Aliens still have no functional AA after 1 year. Well, I think they. I think the
Another
what's it called?
Colossus behemoth
Um,
west.
The Thorn Spires do a decent amount of damage, and the little the Hive Spires, those are pretty effective AA. I don't remember those being thing, or I mean, I'm happy if someone disagrees with me, but how do you wish AI units should behave? So different for the aliens, obviously, because they're more melee, most of them. But for humans specifically, I imagine them to not hover on the spot, more do kind of like flybys, you know, circling around, acting more like fighter jets would, to a degree. You know, keep moving, not stopping.
Put it here.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
I am mopping up.
Enemy approaching. Harvester under attack. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack.
Ah, I see. So not like AA as in not structures, but you mean units. Well, I care to disagree. I think like the squid are very effective AA. I think one of the biggest problems is that the gunship is incredibly effective at reversing out of the way, in the fighter as well. Once that, like, if I change that, then yeah, you won't be able to kind of like reverse away from a whole group of squid, and rather would have to turn and run. So squid is not good AA. Well, why do you say that, Mr. Connect? It's literally flying bombs, basically.
Our base is under attack.
They don't hit units most of the time. Too easy to kill with air. Maybe strafing and faster speed might help. Well, I think it's more the problem of the human air. It's this constant thing where like I haven't been able to get time to thoroughly, essentially kind of like balance the air units versus, well, everything else really. Well, against themselves, sorry, primarily. Like, the way I see it is, the squid should be great AA, like anti-air, because they can just flood in and explode on contact. And if they do get in, that's it. The vehicle's dead, no matter what it is. And outrunning, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I think the biggest issue is that it's the gunship should not be able to kind of like well, like I said, if you know, usually when there's squid coming towards me, I will start to reverse with the gunship, pointing kind of like backwards, and then therefore get the minigun on them, and then you can hit them relatively easily. And I think that's one of the biggest problems You know, like being able to reverse out of there. While if it forced you to turn and run, that's a different story, right? And then when we talk about, like, let's say the speeds between the aircraft and the aliens, if the squid are any faster, then it's just, yeah, there they feel ridiculous. But long story short, I will be looking into this, of course. Yeah.
Crimson Peak. Go on then. Got about an hour left on the stream, so. I rarely skybox when I fly. The only time I'll go to skybox is if I'm running away from like a wasp or a dragonfly or something. But if I'm fighting units on the ground, I normally go quite close to them. I mean, you probably see me taking on beehies. I was taking them on literally like in their face at some points. How you doing, Unipanda, mate? But then that's a habit that I've developed from Battlefield. Yeah, I tend to fly quite aggressively.
Unipanda. And thank you, Unipanda. I'm sure you look dashing as well. What's your opinion on buffing behemoth range? That's a contentious one. At one point it was like the range was too high and it was used for cheese, right? So again, it's you boost one thing and then it's cheesed, so you have to pull it down, then people complain it's reduced, and it goes one with the other. So there is no universal solution. There's just, well, there's a solution which most people will be happy with. And the behemoth, yeah, I think its range could use a slight increase, but not by much, quite frankly. Have you ever considered giving alien units like the Goliath or Great Assist units a stamina bar that they can use to charge forwards a short distance and then be forced to rest before charging again? Well, they kind of have that, dude. Like, literally the Goliath, if you kind of like do the secondary attack roll, you'll get the charge up bar. You know? If that's what you mean.
200 glorious frames on game start.
Alien has just no units that can fight on open ground. They need just one unit with range. Well, I mean, they have the Behe, but yeah, of course that's range is limited. The biggest problem with giving aliens range is, what would you give them? Firing thorns like the Scorpion did in the past? You get cheese, you know. I had them firing more shit before, but it was just used for cheese. I mean, that's the biggest issue. The aliens, you know, the way they're meant to be played is more swarming, right? That's the kind of idea. But you get this one person just up on a rock somewhere, just slowly tapping and reducing the HQ's health. That was just incredibly terrible gameplay. At the same time, you can't have everything be purely melee, right, or melee. So, like, you know, the Shocker, for example, I think its range is fine, given what it fires, like the electricity. You know, it's more for, like, mid-range ambushing. But yeah, long range, they don't have something that has long range, that is very true. Apart from, well, you know, the Colossus, and the Defiler, for that matter. Ever since the huge Scorpion nerf, every unit loses to human armor. You mean the Scorpion nerf where it got changed to acid, or which do you mean? The behemoth is so inaccurate at range that increasing it won't do a whole lot. Like if you up the range from 400 to 500, it will hit nothing at 500. Yeah, well, there's a reason why I have it like relatively inaccurate, and that is because when it was, because initially, of course, started as accurate. It was just, yeah, one hit kill, fun for the shooter, fun for no one else. That's why you gotta, like, you know, even in railgun, it's not that accurate for that reason, you know. And of course, I mean, if you increase the behemoth's range, you kind of increase its accuracy by a little bit as well, right? But that's the thing. I always hear this feedback. My favorite unit is not, you know, it's not accurate enough, or it's not good enough, or it's not strong enough. You know, my favorite team is not good in these certain circumstances. And ultimately, you can't think of it like that. You have to look at it from like the bigger picture that you need to balance these three teams against each other. Why the fuck would I waste time right now trying to balance the aliens, for example, when I'm, you know, finalized, and I know you're not saying that, yeah, just, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything like that. But what I'm trying to say is, there is no point right now balancing them until I have this third faction in, which is going to throw the previous balance into hell, right? Because suddenly you've got a third faction which has completely their own way of play, and you have to go and rebalance everything yet once more. So it's, you know, I did several balancing passes. I wasted like 3 months of time in total balancing in the past, roughly speaking, and for no outcome, because you go and you change things because you need to, because yet again, you know, you find, okay, the behemoth, right? Previously it shot those little hives, right? Like the hive spire did. And oh god, that was the most dreadful gameplay for both the shooter and the one getting hit, right? And the target. Because you could, I mean, apart from the bug where you could just stay just over the edge, look at the enemy and kind of still fire over the top, then, which meant you could fire those little hornets, or like little hive thingos, and at the same time they could not hit you at all. They was just with you behind a dune. And you were taking damage, and you were taking damage so slowly, and it was not fun to shoot, not fun to get hit by it. It was just a shit unit at the time. That's why I replaced it with the laser. And I'm not against aliens firing something that is homing, but it just needs to make sense, you know? It needs to feel like it's correct. And for the existing units, well, you know, like I thought greatly about what to do with the dragonfly, because that's ranged. You know, no one mentioned that they have no range. I think the dragonfly is reasonably ranged. I had to reduce that because it was being cheesed as well. So the biggest fundamental problem with the aliens and them having ranged is people cheese it 100% of the time, right? As soon as they can reach a quite decent range, people will get onto the highest point where no one can get back at them, and they will cheese. And it just ruins the gameplay. That's why the aliens have such limited range. And I can't increase that all that much, you know? So I think what would be more interesting maybe is some kind of like artillery unit or something like that. But yeah, apart from that, I think increasing the range would just reintroduce all of these problems that we've had in the past. So I'd rather go and start limiting the human ranges to something like reasonable, right? Because right now you can shoot some things and they go for 3 kilometers, right? That's excessive, right? We can pull that down to, let's say, 1.5. You know, because every player will understand. Yeah, sure, fair enough. It has to be reasonably balanced, right? So you cannot have a tank shooting realistic ranges for that reason. But this will all come after the unit split and after the AI update, because that is, or with the AI update, you know, because ultimately, you know, I'll do a bit of a balancing pass once I've got these in. But you know, it's just, yeah, there's no way. Like if I start doing the balancing now, you know, it's a lot of time invested into that. Where I think AI currently need it more than the balancing, if you get what I mean, you know. Oh shit. Okay, I've been going on and I haven't read what you guys were saying. Goliath roll is just a set anim. Yeah, but I mean, I could loop it multiple times, you know, but I could make the whole roll longer, but, you know. When you alter the Scorpion health and armor deflection and simultaneously buffed human unit detection range, Ah, okay. So you're not talking about the asset change. You're talking about the armor deflection stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'll be getting back into that. It was because it was just too difficult to kill. It was just frustratingly difficult to kill, you know. And I'll probably increase its deflection a little bit more again, but I will also increase its speed, right? Right now, I think it's too slow for what it needs to be doing. It needs to swarm in fast and, you know, be attacking from a distance and then finish things up close range, you know, and because it's not a long-range artillery, it's meant to be mid-range artillery kind of thing, right? But it needs to be able to move fast. So I'll be increasing its speed, which will also make it much more viable, like the Scorpion. Well, people will never be happy with balancing. 100% Crown, you are absolutely right. There will always be someone complaining like that my favorite unit is not strong enough. But that's the way it goes. I mean, it's a good sign because it means people care, right? So, I know we're all waiting on Centauri. Yeah, of course, I know. Game has just been in a bad state since the buff to AI detection range and the Behe and Scorpion changes, which is going on a year at this point. Yeah, I know, but it's not like I've been, you know, sitting back and doing nothing for a year. It's just, unfortunately, there are high priority things, and balancing, you know, this is the biggest problem with early access. You know, ideally, I'd have one person completely dedicated to non-stop sorting, balancing, getting feedback, and, you know, but I can't afford that. I can't afford that in the budget. So we kind of have to do that as a team, you know, based on your feedback as well as playtesting it ourselves. And yeah, you know. Crab pulled. Of course, it is the mandatory crab pulled mention. Yeah, the human ranges are pretty ridiculous and can be used for cheese, sniping larger alien buildings in 4 to 5 hits from 2 kilometers away. Yeah. I mean, you know, the railgun tank. There, you can kind of understand it, and I know it's a very strong one, so it is a particular problem, that one. But that's also to do with the map. Sorry, it's also to do with the maps. Yeah, but. Yeah, we'll have to dive in proper into that one afterwards as well. Meanwhile, aliens at 400 meters with their basic units. It was a tank kill before the nerfs, but the nerfs made it weaker than the Behemoth, which is 40% cheaper. So nobody builds Scorpions now. And you've been busy. I'm just chatting because I'm too tired to play. I'm not hassling you. Don't worry. Yeah, I know. I'm not even taking that way. It's just, you can kind of see my frustration coming out, but it's not frustration with you guys. It's frustration with the situation. You know, I'd much rather the game be in a much better state, and we're, you know, just talking about balancing, right? But I mean, I'm fucking we're what? We're 2 years post release, and we're still adding new units. You know, it's a bit late for that, but alas, that's how game development goes. That was what I'd mentioned before, you know, the hardest thing in game development, keeping motivation, because sometimes, no joke, there are very many days where I'm just like, you know what, fuck this, I'll just go and live in a forest, yeah, because it's just, there's so much artificial stress, and I say artificial because, you know, I'm making a game, I'm not saving lives, you know, so. Aliens got lasers, but Soul Tech faction doesn't. A tank got a shotgun, but infantry didn't. That is very true, Talion. There's a very good reason for that. If I wanted to avoid lasers, yeah. With the aliens, I made an exception because I wanted them to feel strange. You know, the whole point was that they're meant to kind of like feel like this, okay, very biotic thing. But then you see the quantum cortex, and you're like, that's a bit strange. What the fuck is that shit floating above it? And then you realize that the aliens are not exactly what they seem, right? And that and the whole idea is that through their evolution, which is via the quantum cortex, they're able to go and do things which are just preposterous for biotic life forms to do, including firing these this laser, right? And the reason I didn't put onto the Soul or Human or Centauri faction is because it's shit gameplay, right? It's shit gameplay to just like click hit. It's just not fun, and That's primarily why I avoided it, right? Because if you have a look at, for example, like the tank combat is just much more fun when you have to lead your target a little bit, you fire that shot, and it bounces and hits under the turret. There is something really satisfying about that. You know, there's a reason why World of Tanks is so played, why War Thunder is so played. You know, and if I had lasers, well, it's an insta hit, right? I mean, the closest thing to that is, of course, the railgun tank, which is almost like that, but theirs is a lot of deflection. Sure, I could do deflective lasers, so like the lasers deflect a lot, but I don't know, man. It's like, I'm just not a fan of it because, I mean, ultimately it would have to be used much more, and you know. Oh shit. Fuck. It's jumping away. Okay. Very different question, but are you mostly a sci-fi type of person? Or what are the chances of you ever making, for example, a dark fantasy game? Very, very good question. So, I'm an everything person. I absolutely loved Skyrim. I loved Morrowind. I loved Oblivion. You know, I loved Max Payne. I loved GTA. You know, I love Counter-Strike. I love all kinds of games, man. Like, you know, even like Pirates of the Caribbean game, like the which was, you know, I forgot what it was called before it went into Pirates of the Caribbean. But you know, there is a lot of themes I love. There are some themes I do not love, but most of these themes I very much do love. They have one thing in common though, and that is authenticity. I don't like the thing I don't find too fun about, for example, oh god, I forgot the name of it again. The one with the pirate ships. Fuck. Lycan, do you remember it? It's quite popular.
The pirate ships?
Yes.
What?
Great multiplayer.
Great multiplayer, pirate ships. Is it Ubisoft?
No. Not
Okay.
Skull and Bones.
It's not Skull and Bones then.
Oh crap.
Sea of Thieves.
Yes, that one.
Microsoft.
Yeah, so that's very fast. It's very fast paced, right? It's very fast paced. It's a kind of arena kind of thing, right, so to speak. You could say so, right? In that kind of like thing. So I mean, I'm more for authenticity in the sense of cannonballs do proper damage, you know. And Pirates of the Caribbean had that. I absolutely fucking loved that game for that reason. You know, you'd sail if you sailed against the wind, you're gonna go slow, you know. And so these kind of, I like the kind of like the partial simulation, or I say authenticity because, you know, one could say, well, so you like simulation games? I do, but I like simulation under the surface, but arcade controls. What I mean by that is it is easy to control, easy to get into, easy to play, fun to play, most importantly, but there is realism under the surface, you know. So for example, in Silica you have realistic bullets, like as in Ricochet, you know, armor deflection and all this kind of shit, you know, to kind of like bring that realistic feeling into the battle, and yet you control it like an arcade game. You know, that's the way I kind of like to approach games. But otherwise, yeah, I do have like a ton of other things, like other projects I would really love to do. One of them being, you know, essentially some sailing ships, you know, maybe even airships. But that's a different story, you know. That's for another time, shall we say. But there's that, then there's, you know, some other stuff I'd like to do. But sci-fi, I love sci-fi. Yeah, I do love sci-fi, but it's not the only thing I love. You know, I worked on armor in the past, and I really like armor as well. But that's simulation, of course. Don't worry, Dram. I get the balance headaches. It will work eventually. Oh yeah, for sure, man. I mean, you know, the reality is, Talion, that balancing is a thing which never ends, right? Because you balance it, people find a way to cheese it, or they find a combination that cheeses it, or there's a map that is not ideal, so you have to go and adjust the map. You know, then to change the flavor of things, if the game is popular, right, then you want to change things up a little bit. You want to add a new unit, or you want to adjust an existing unit, you know. So you adjust it, and now you got to go balancing again, etc., 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 etc. Right? Ultimately, yeah, it is something that can be. Pardon me. It is something that can be finalized at some point, right? That is true, of course, but you know, not good enough fiber optic in the wild. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. No fiber optic in the wild, basically. Speaking of motivation, your last rant made me start making progress again on my project. I'm glad, man. That's good. That's good. You keep at it, Unipanda. You keep at it, man. I'm glad to hear it. Shit, where am I? I have high faith that Centaurian alien wars are going to hit different and be lit as fuck. Yeah, Jacob, they will be. I mean, in the lore, the idea is that the Centauri, when they were still friends, yeah, the Centauri and Sol, were like that initial kind of if you recall the original lore in the lore intro, that the Centauri were being used primarily for attacking, like dealing with the aliens, while Sol were more about kind of like guarding the harvesting capabilities, right? So the Centauri are more experienced with dealing with the aliens, and that's why you have the pyro tank, that's why you have the shotguns on the combat tank, etc., etc., etc. That's kind of the idea here, right? Whereas Sol have focused more on, you know, like their developments have been more in line with dealing with Centauri units later on, right? It's a kind of a bit of a mishmash, but the reality is, like, it's meant. I want the two teams to feel different. You know, I wanted Centauri to be a lot about very much boom, yeah. Heavy vehicles with a lot of firepower, but limited, you know, refire, etc. Well, if you make more alien units, then lean further into the absurd Lovecraftian side of bugs. Yeah, but I mean, you know, there's only so much you can really do with it. Like, I mean, what I mean by that is you need to deal damage, right? Sure, we can have some like abilities or some attack which slows the enemy or does something like this. That brings its own problems, by the way, of course. But you know, there is a certain limit to what can be done with the aliens. You know, in like a reasonable time span, because of course, you know, having a giant alien creature with long tentacles that can reach into the surface and grab you, and I don't know what the fuck, that could be interesting, but just no time for that, you know. I like this strange approach for the aliens. Makes them much more interesting than just having some insectoids. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. That was the kind of the idea, you know, because I didn't want them to just be bugs and bigger bugs and this. I wanted to kind of exactly, you know, you see this big bug-like thing coming towards you and starts fucking shooting shit out of its tail. You know, what the fuck? You know, the acid blobs from the scorpion kind of makes sense, right? You kind of expect that kind of an ability, so to speak, especially if you see its ass glowing. But you know, the behemoth before, when it was just shooting little hive things, I just didn't enjoy it. You know, it was like it felt like a good idea at the time, but it was like, you know. And the flames, of course, that's another I think a fun one. You know, it's always fun to see fire. Sea of Thieves. Oh yeah, that was the one I was mentioning. Cheers, guys. Read it late. I was also thinking of Sea of Thieves. Yes, everyone knew it except for me. I needed a reminder. Dram, the motherfucking rocks on this map getting my truck stuck. Lol, please adjust later. Which is this? Okay, Crimson Peak. Mr. Talion, if you can just tell me where, that would help. Centauri not having a rail tank and not having as much accurate MGs will make a better fight against bugs. It'll make more sense once all factions are in-game which direction to take for aliens. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, there's always that final option of changing the way the aliens are meant to work, which is making them more, not swarming as much, but making them each more buffed. So, you know, so a scorpion will be just more expensive, but you won't have many of them. You know, crabs, you'll have less of them, but they'll be stronger and you know, and maybe slightly slower. You know, that is one way to approach it, but it's a way I do not want to do, right? Because the aliens right now, I mean, here's the irony, right? On the one hand, and I know that in terms of balance we got like different values for how much each unit costs and stuff, but you know, on one hand, if I made the aliens 1-to-1 or like more 1-to-1 with humans, what I mean by that is, you know, 1-to-1 health, damage, etc. ratio to the human units, then I don't know, it wouldn't feel as fun, would it? You know, I think the swarming is much more interesting if it can be made to work in terms of like networking and performance, of course. But then you get, you know, then it's like it can be frustrating. It's like, oh, my crabs all died when they attacked 3. Like I had 10 crabs, they attacked 3 riflemen, they all died. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I expect there to be much more of a higher ratio, let's say a 5-to-1 in a large open field. If it's, of course, in the case of an ambush where, where the range starts off at 100 meters, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. And of course, right now it's because of the laser AI, and this is why, like, me as a developer, I have to try and think abstractly from like the from the feedback that I get from you guys. I can't just go and act on it directly. What I mean by that is, if you say, for example, the human infantry need to be nerfed a little bit because they can easily kill crabs. Well, do they need to be? Maybe what needs to change is the way the human infantry react when they see the crabs. Because right now it's like 360 no scope headshot, right, onto the crabs. That's the biggest problem, It's what should happen there is they should have a more realistic reaction. When they are surprised, if they suddenly detect a unit, it's like, what the fuck? And then they turn to basically, to shoot them, and they'll have a very high inaccuracy the closer those units are at first, right? Because, I mean, if you're startled, it's going to be much more difficult to pull that weapon on the target, And I know in terms of realism, of course, like, special forces and stuff are, of course, very much trained to immediately react and, like, think with the gun rather than with their minds, essentially, right? However, it's a very different story when there's a giant insect crawling towards you, yeah? It kind of triggers a very different primal fear. If you see another person, it's a different story, right? But you get the point. So I think those kinds of reactions and that kind of an approach to improving the AI is more important than trying to, like, reduce damage or the refire rate or range of the infantry, for example, or in general, it's a general problem, Centauri has no Colossus counter. I do not agree. Like, the Crimson tank is very much a Colossus counter, even including the heavy tank. I mean, it's not exactly hard to hit the Colossus with that stuff, and also, don't forget, the Centauri don't have the air units yet, yeah? So, I think we'll have our Colossus counter, don't worry. Swarming will be hard on performance. That's what I'm most worried about. Like, I love to have hundreds of units, swarming. It was when I did, like, initial tests without any AI and all this kind of stuff. When I first, like, wrote the crab logic, like the crab controller, like the actual movement of the crabs, I was able to get well over 1,000 of them. Yeah, well, not well over. Sorry, it was 1,000 of them running on my old PC, which is, well, not much better than the one I have here at home. But it was running at about 45 FPS, right? And there was 1,000 of them. Of course, we're not talking about network sync. Yeah, that's a different story. But in single player, and the point was they had no logic though. Yeah, it was when you told them to go somewhere, or it was just basic control which just moved them in that direction. That was it, right? They're all physics based, but the flood of them, it just felt super epic, And I would rather, if I could, I would have that, have them low health, easy to kill, so it was like 3-4 shots from an SMG and they're dead, right? That would be the most fun because you're just chopping them down left, right, and center. But of course, as you can imagine, there's great problems with that, because if you say 1,000 is a kind of a base rush, well, you're going to have a lot more than that in the general kind of in the general world, which means let's say 2,000, yeah, and 2,000, that's a fuck ton of stuff to we're not even talking about performance, but to synchronize. It's just not possible, basically. So, alas, we'll have to find that golden midline, for performance sake, we need lessers to make in mass for cheap, and boss units of Scorp to be his. Yeah, basically. Centauri will counter swarm hard, but be vulnerable to their big air. Perhaps, we'll see. I would prefer swarming aliens over strong aliens, so they are more different to human units. Exactly, that is exactly what I want as well. But ultimately, if we get to the point where the only option is to reduce their numbers, then I'd have to kind of take that approach, which I don't want to. Can you lower the veterancy of the human AI to make them not as accurate? I can, Jacob, but the thing is, I need to improve the logic. I mean, it's like I mentioned when I was saying it. It's not about the veterans. I can drop their aim to nothing, and they'll still turn around immediately and just not be able to easily hit you, and it'll still feel shit. You know, when you jump out over like from behind a rock, at like let's say I don't know, 3 scouts which have absolutely no idea you've been there. You know, they're not and they're not in an alert level, right? The whole point is, I mean, if they just encountered an enemy unit, they should probably remain kind of vigilant, right? They should be kind of turning around, looking around, and just... where the fuck is the next enemy, you know? And then once things calm down, they'll kind of like, alright, cool, it's all good. Everyone's dead now. I can just kind of sit here waiting for orders. Now they're in a passive state, and if you surprise them, they should be startled. It shouldn't be like, you know, pull up the gun and fire 1,000 bullets per second. But obviously it should be like, whoa, what the fuck, you know, and then they kind of each individually react, and that would feel much better. If you got killed in that situation, you're like, well, I didn't get to them fast enough, right? Now it's like, oh, come on, man, I jumped just over the rock and they immediately lock onto me and shoot me before I even land. That's frustrating. So I think it's more about this. I don't think the accuracy is a problem. I think the way that, like, how inaccurate they are right now is correct. It's just that they need to have a reaction time. The projectile moves too slowly to deal with Colossus. Gollings, what range are we shooting at, man? Like, the Crimson tank, I don't... And plus, don't forget, the rocket tank, yeah, deals with the Colossus as well. You know. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. Perhaps you're right, Gollings. We'll find out once we put things in. But, I mean, I've never really had troubles when I was doing the tests, like, killing faraway units with the Crimson tank. It's not that slow, the projectile. But I get what you mean, man. Strike tank should do okay against Colossus. Yeah, and that's true, but the strike tank is it's very weak, so I don't think it would really fulfill the role all that well. What is your idea for the Centauri bomber in terms of weapons, if you want to share? Okay, so I wanted to have it the primary weapon like an MG or something like that, probably one of the heavy MG, or like more like, I don't know, let's say something like similar to what the light armored car shoots, you know. And then the secondary will just be fewer but large bombs. Yeah. So the Centauri, sorry, the Sol one is just flooding the area, right? Whereas the Centauri one should be kind of, let's say, I don't know, 9 bombs. I'm just gonna pull that number out of my asshole. So let's say about 9 bombs. You know, so which are greater impact, but doing the overall same damage as Sol, roughly speaking. Yeah.
Got him.
Not strike. I mean the Centauri have a tank. Yeah. The Centauri have a tank. Okay. Yeah. You have a hard goal to reach with AI performance, but that's exactly what makes the difference with other games. Yeah, like in terms of like AI performance, in terms of like how much it well, eats performance itself, like, you know, slowing down the frame rate. That's less of a problem. It's more about, of course, like the AI being able to actually act intelligently and not being artificial idiocy, but rather being artificial intelligence, you know. And yeah, it's going to be quite hard, especially because it's all physics driven, right? So it's not an easy task, but it's very doable. It is doable. You're fighting a Colossus. You want to be beyond 750 meters. You're firing, I guess, at a Colossus. You want to be beyond 750 meters. Yeah, of course, because if at 750 meters it'll eliminate you, right? The thing about the Colossus is it's not meant to be just like a 1v1, right? The Colossus is massive. It's a big ball of meat. It's like, you know, the whole point there is you should be swarming it. Well, not swarming it, like not literal swarming it, but what I mean by that is you should have multiple things engaging it, right? It's meant to be a boss unit, so to speak. It shouldn't be able to easily defend itself, apart from obviously just vaulting one thing. And it's absolutely exposed to air units. You know, it can do nothing against air. Like, of course, I've been on the random chance I've been hit by Colossus as a bomber, but you know, I mean, that's incredibly unique when that happens. I would like to see aliens become much more unique in their own right and not mimic humans as much. Yeah, well, I mean, right now they don't mimic humans, you know, so I think right now they are very unique, and I would like to keep that uniqueness, indeed.
How you doing, Pie Tigers? How you doing, mate?
Time for a forward charge. If you can hold the attention of those tank Skolangs, I should be able to crush them.
That's interesting, sorry. Whoa,
Assuming they don't
shit.
get microed away.
Harvester under attack.
What's going on? Sorry, I'm just getting like 0 FPS on my editor. I'll find out
Alright, well, I
why.
got their attention. Hope I can crush them.
Base is under attack.
Oh, great. I guess not.
Enemy approaching. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack.
Oh, fucking Unity.
Harvester lost.
Alright, I got a couple of them. Hope we can finish them off, Golinks.
Harvester under attack.
By mimic, I mean both aliens and humans kind of build and produce in the same way. Yeah, that's true, Jacob, but I mean, like, you know, what would you propose? How different would you expect them to be? I mean, originally I wanted to have it so that aliens would build little baby units and those would evolve into the higher forms, right?
Our base is under attack.
The aliens were meant to
Right.
primarily just have a nest,
And you're good.
you know. The reason why I chose to do it the way I did was for familiarity. If you're playing, you know, RTS. Wow, fuck. Jesus Christ, fucking editor.
Nice.
Enemy approaching.
Harvester.
Our base is under
Yeah,
attack.
Harvester charge worked like a charm.
Harvester under
Pile of shit. Fuck my life.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, it's one of those days. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is the point where you just want to like fucking smash the computer, walk away from this shit, and say fuck it.
Hulk smashed the whole PC, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, yeah, man. I'd
It'd be a
like
good
to get an
excuse to get an
axe.
upgrade.
But I'd lose the progress I've done. You know, what I've been doing for the past half hour, I just lost it because Unity fucking sucked a dick and got stuck. So... And by the way, I'd be complaining about any engine. All engines have their issues, so just don't take it as an attack on Unity specifically.
I've been hearing, and I've also been seeing, there's been lots of issues with Unreal 5 at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. It's just the way it is. I mean, yeah. The reason you can the reason why you always say this vitriol when you're working with the programs is because it calms you down. Because otherwise you start smashing things.
One thing I found was real crazy was the Frostbite engine that EA's been using for Battlefield, right? Even at 120 frames, you were getting lower than point, is it 0.2 latency? Millisecond latency or something? So it made you feel like you had more frames than you actually did. If that makes sense. I flew the wrong way. I flew into the enemy base thinking I was flying into my own base. Whoops. Whoops.
Oops.
Structure lost.
Okay, I replayed the Dark mod recently, by the way. Still great. That's good to hear, Unipanda. Yeah, I you know, I was really happy working on that. I wish I could work on it more, but you know, got to keep the family fed. So, yes, I still love Thief. It's one of my just favorite universes, but it's just not popular. No one gives a shit about Thief today. No one gives a shit about that kind of a setting. Stealth is dead in the modern gaming world, which is very sad. They just have unique structures. Fields of eggs laid by the queen that hatch over time. You have to protect eggs and nurture them. Yeah, Jacob. I mean, that's what I wanted. I wanted the eggs. In fact, the original design was for the queen to be in a cave. Yeah, she was meant to be hidden in a cave, with buildings growing outside, kind of thing, like or protruding outside, basically. And you know that's where you be kind of like born. And then you'd kind of like evolve, right? Mutate, basically. It's all gonna be okay, mate. It will in the end. I mean, ultimately, you know, like you know, any stress we feel, well, in the end, it's okay, right? Basically, depends on what your definition of okay is, I guess. Honestly, I always felt like this game could easily have abilities like calling airstrikes for humans, and for example, having a group of crabs come out of the ground for aliens. Like, yeah, I know, man, I know. I really want that too. Like, commander abilities, I'd love to have it. It's exactly the kind of shit where you could just, where the alien commander could just like spawn some fucking spores or something that buff the aliens, like speed up their recharge time or I don't know what, right? Or conceal the aliens or something like that. Yeah, this would be awesome. But yeah, it's just there is no support for it currently, and I'd have to write it, and Jesus Christ, there are more important things right now, you know? Like, people are complaining that the game is moving at a glacial pace, and it's like, and it's not, in my opinion. I mean, there's a fuck ton of stuff to be done in the background, but of course, publicly speaking, yeah, it seems to have kind of like been very much slowed down, but it's not the case. It's in fact the opposite. But yeah, that's why no abilities before 1.0, realistically speaking. I know these things are super low priority right now and would ever be a thing way down the line after release, but still. No, I mean, like, after release, it absolutely, like, I mean, ideally it would be for release, right? I'd love to have these kind of abilities for release, but it's exactly the problem. It's just, you know. The new armor engine looks great. Yeah, that's, Infusion is really good. Like, I would have no problem working with the engine. I mean, yeah, worked with it. I was there when it was being put together. I was there when, like, it was still Enforce and Real Virtuality, and those two mixed and made Infusion, hence the name. Yeah, like, I was part of the team that developed the first little game on it, which was Lucy? Yeah, Lucy VR. Yeah. But it's a very good engine. It really is. Like, in terms, like, versus the other giants, what I really like about it is when you create a new object, like an entity, it is just an entity. It doesn't have a fucking million of ballast shit attached. Which is, of course, useful, but yeah, it's a very lightweight engine for, you know, it, like, in terms of rendering, fantastic. I really love it. But it has its own limitations as well. No more Solid Snake. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, you do have that, but it's just that's not proper stealth. But
Snake.
make Solid Snake mod in that new arena map you made out of cardboard box. Oh, the fucking cardboard box. Yeah.
We are winning, I believe. Us Centauri.
I missed the Dishonored games. Yeah, Dishonored was fantastic. Like, what's it called? The dude that did the stealth for Dishonored was from from Looking Glass Studios, which made Thief originally. I'm talking about Thief 1, Thief 2, not Thief 4, or Thief 3. Yeah, Dishonored was great. I think that's the best approach to stealth these days. Like, if you do want to do a stealth game, you kind of still have to have the very much active combat, you know, or the ability to do such. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory was another stealth game I mourn for. Or is it over? mourn.
A good splinter
Well,
cell would be
it's-
amazing.
Back to mining.
I guess it depends on the context, whether it's 4 or over. If you mourn 4, then it's like you mourn 4 because it is lost, right? Actually, yeah. Shit. Now you got me.
No.
They're
I guess in this case it'd be mourn over because it is lost.
Northeast. They're
And you did.
bombarding with
There we go,
rockets.
Lycan. Thrown away by the siege tank.
Yeah, I got slapped up.
And rail tank.
I got spanked. Oh, there's rockets coming to... Wait, has it been blown up? No, door just won't open. There we go. Oh god. No! Oh, there goes my ride. Wait, can I still grab it? Surely. Nah, Sag. Well, shit.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
They're hitting this harvester very hard.
Stockage. Yes. Fair enough. I might just do a tactical respawn.
Enemy base looking. Our base is under attack.
Interesting.
Enemy approach.
The eco reworks are really good on all the maps. I can really see some of these HVH battles going on for 2 hours on average. That's good. That makes me happy.
Harvester.
It means Blizzard did a great job. Looking forward to being on the receiving end of the new Sol artillery. Yeah, the flurry of rockets. When you need to make sure something's dead.
Our base is under attack.
There's either a really good plan, or I'm just going to get instant rail tank to the face.
Enemy approaching.
I don't see any red jets, so...
Our base is under attack. Structure lost. Our base is under attack.
Man, I suck with the fire.
You try and hit them with the bomb. There we go.
Yeah.
Structure lost.
Don't worry, it's going to be so much easier afterwards.
Our base is under attack.
I see a tank round past me just then.
Alright, well, that harvester will finish the field, so I'll...
A diverted rail shot.
I was like, nope, getting out of there.
Harvester under attack.
What do you guys think you can do marketing-wise to boost the game population at launch? Well, there's, I think, quite frankly, today I think the most effective way is to try and recontact, you know, the influences that at the beginning, you know, helped the game, you know, like, you know, several other YouTubers and whatnot. Then there's of course the standard marketing that you do, you know, like sending out press releases and all this kind of stuff. But ultimately, it will greatly depend on the state of the project at the time. You know, that's just the reality of it. If a game is shit, there's no amount of marketing will sell it. Which I don't think Silica is, but you get the point.
Yes.
I'm just speaking hypothetically. This game is like a big-ass RTS FPS sandbox, and that might click with a lot of people. Yeah, that is very true. The sandbox part for sure. That's very true. The important thing is to sell it properly. You know, so that'll be an important video to make, shall we say?
Italian's being
Oh, fuck.
what I can do about him.
I need sleep, ladies and gentlemen. I remember a really huge German YouTuber checking out the game when it first released to early access. Hope he checks it out again. Yeah, that would be nice. Like,
As it is,
you
there's
know,
not as much mining to do now.
Harvester lost.
get a bit more popularity with the game.
No, why are you intertwined with the smokestacks, man?
Oh god, yeah.
I cannot get the siege tanks to move.
Is that a gunship or a dropship?
Dropship.
Which one?
Our base is under attack.
It's like stuck in the smokestacks.
It is odd how dropships are, like a core unit.
Lost.
There's no proper wedge between the smokestacks.
Yeah, I mean, I know how I can solve those worst case, but I'd prefer to solve them in a better way. Oh, there you go.
Our base is under attack.
What have I done?
Structure lost.
I swear it's your input, dude. I've never seen this before.
Our base is under attack.
Has this happened to anyone else?
Enemy approaching.
Whee! So I've got mad slow-mo inertia. I'm shooting myself? Okay.
What in the fuck are you doing? How'd you manage this?
I boarded the hover bike and then got off it, and now I'm like this.
How'd you get hit? Where'd you get damage? Can you jump? Is it possible to jump or?
Nope, can't jump. Tried crouching, now I'm looking at my bum. Maybe if I get back on the hover bike?
Wait, you're even hitting yourself. What the fuck?
Nope. Psst. Hold on. Perhaps if I
You need
get
to be
the
a
hover
bit closer,
bike
I think.
upright, if I get the hover bike upright,
There.
and then jump. Whoa! Oh. There we go. It's always me.
Just thinking what could have caused that.
I think the hover bike being sideways on the floor and then me jumping off it sideways might have caused it. Because upright hover bike, and then I ejected myself and I was fine.
Okay, what I think happened was you were stuck in the physics falling state. So I have no idea why, but basically was considering you still falling, which would equate to you still being able to have like air control, right? Hence the kind of like the really low inertia feeling, because you were just skidding across the ground, and when you're getting input you were just obviously countering it somewhat. So that would be that. How that could occur, I have fucking no clue. So it's not your input. Good to know. Yeah, but it's good to know it's not your input.
Here we go. Replication inbound.
How will you achieve the air units being able to fly on different heights? Very good question. You mean like how to control that, or like they themselves? Because of course, you know, currently they do fly. They try to fly at the same height, of course.
No, come back. No, come back. Right, okay, so...
But it should, of course, depends on what they're doing.
So my bike's sideways. Okay. Yeah, replicate it.
Our base is under attack.
Whee!
Our base is under attack.
Now I can't move. Oh, no, I can. Ooh.
Harvester under attack.
Weird. I'll have to have a look at that.
So yeah,
Also, he can glitch and keep repeating his jump effect over and over. Yeah, I've noticed some of the units get stuck in this kind of like infinite jumping loop or whatnot. I don't know why. I'll have to have a look at it. A lot of games have some form of unstuck feature. When units are stuck for too long, they just TP a tiny distance to get unstuck. Not a fancy way to do it, of course, and it looks weird.
So they are
Yeah, I mean, I do that with the infantry. Like, infantry, if they get stuck, they kind of like teleport a bit, right? Or they kind of like interpolate to the position where they want to go. And it works great, mostly.
see if I can replicate it for a third time.
Harvester under attack.
So the bike
Dram go to
moves-
sleep, to be honest. Sleepy time, yeah.
Right, bike
It is,
sideways.
guys. It is.
Jump on bike. Jump off bike.
Our base is
And there we go.
enemy
Oh, hold on.
base located.
There we go. Wait. Ooh, no. Didn't replicate it.
Structure lost.
There we go. Now it has.
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Enemy base located. Harvester lost.
Oh, fuck.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, looks like we've won this. Not over yet, though.
They have more resources still to mine. This is all we have. We can still get some resources, but it can still we can still lose this.
Yeah, gonna deal with that rocket truck sneaking around the northeast.
Our base is under attack.
Whoa, disco tank. Disco tank.
Our base
Fucking Unity.
You know what? We continue the disco tank.
It's torturous.
Our base is under attack.
Actually, I really want that gunship. I really want that gunship. Never mind.
Our base is under attack.
We will take the disco boy. Never mind, the gunship's come back. Ugh.
Our base is under attack. Structure lost.
What in the turret? So there's one cheeky rady boy over there. Never mind. Almost got deleted by an immense amount of infantry or something. Fucking shredded me.
There's little
That is
patch
as it
there in
is.
contested territory. I'll see if I can mine it.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy base located.
Cryle gone sleepies. Is it sleepy time for Cryle?
Italian is still being a pest as well, I'm guessing.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
Oh my god, these turrets. No sleep time for you for a few hours yet? That's fair. Oh, oh my god, those light turrets. I'm dead. Cracked into the floor and killed myself. Oh.
I feel your pain.
There is a Italian around here somewhere. A sneaky boy. I can hear his railgun shots going off.
Our base is under attack.
He's hitting the headquarters, right? Okay. So he's got eyes on the headquarters. So
Trying to get those last few minerals.
come here, Mr. Rail Tank. What are you doing? Looking at a rock, apparently.
Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Our base is under
We
attack.
have several headquarters, so it's not a major issue. Although if he gets our...
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, so I will be seeing this game through, and then it will be me calling it a night there as well, Mr. Unipanda. It is at 10 PM, well, 5 past 10. 5 past 11 for Mr. Dramalam.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Harvester under attack.
I'm half asleep sitting here. So I will go in a few seconds as well.
No worries.
I got work tomorrow and I have to get up early, so I should sleep already, but I don't wanna. I get you, Unipanda.
Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack.
Oh, they're trying to stop me from getting these minerals.
Harvester under attack.
Yeah, I should have sent some units there, to be honest.
There's not much here anyway.
Our base is under attack.
Barely even a full harvest.
Structure lost. Harvester under attack.
Still, I'm not gonna waste this well, waste the resources anyway.
Harvester lost. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
If I was Italian, where would I be?
We need to take out that refinery, so
Enemy approaching.
so they lose some money, I believe. The last bit of money.
Our base is
Okay,
under
it's
attack.
done. If you can take out these units, then they cannot teleport here anymore, and we can take these
Harvester
resources.
under attack.
Alright, and there is that harvester there. I'll get it.
You were Italian, where would you be?
Surprised they
Yeah,
didn't,
he's been a rat somewhere.
harvest it, though.
Our base is under attack.
He's in a rail tank at the back line somewhere. Being a little rat-a-tat.
Enemy approaching.
Wow, wait, we all...
Our
There's
base
only
is under
siege
attack.
tanks. Oh, there is a rail tank.
Mr. Talion.
Harvester
No,
under attack.
no.
You know what?
Alright, moving in to snatch up those last minerals northeast.
Our base is under attack.
Oh. He died.
Harvester under attack.
Okay, I'll make I'll make some air to combat their air. Can someone who's good at flying take control of either the fighter or 2 gunships?
Harvester.
A fighter and a gunship, or 2 gunships?
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
I feel like I just need to just TP. Literally, it's gonna take me ages to just to drive there, and I'm just gonna leave that tank there as like in case Italian, you know. I can hear him shooting something now. In case Italian, you know, turns up.
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Harvester under attack.
Don't push there in the north, you're gonna die.
Our base is under attack.
Get some anti-air support.
Harvester under attack. Our base
Alright,
is
see how
under
much
attack.
left is left here.
Also, I need some people to take out the turrets.
Yeah, I'll take it out. There's not much here anyway.
Harvester under attack.
I should be able to just grind these turrets up
Our
easy.
base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy base located. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Enemy approaching. Enemy approaching. Our base is under attack.
Alright, I'll get that last turret and then get this little bit deposited.
Let's come closer.
There's a fighter in the south. Can someone take it and provide air support?
Harvester under attack.
Italian
Our
is still
base is
becoming
under
in the
attack.
south. There aren't that many of us here.
Structure lost.
Have you both considered using Linux as your main OS? Crown, being brutally honest, not really. It's just all the programs I need, just,
Our base is under attack.
yeah, don't run on Linux, man. And doing like Windows Sim kind of defeats the purpose of it, right? So for for development, definitely not.
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
Right.
Our base is under attack.
Alright, turrets are down.
Our base is under attack.
Okay, we'll have
Yeah.
some money incoming now.
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack.
I need someone to also pilot the fighter that's good at it at least.
Harvester under attack.
Nice bait, like him.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, that's good.
Got him with the bait. You guys shoot at the waypoint with the siege tank. Just made me giggle.
Harvester under attack.
Well, that's not good. What the hell happened there?
Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack. Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack.
With this game already finally scratching that RTS FPS itch I had for so long, now I just also need RTS third-person slasher, preferably set in a dark fantasy setting. That would be quite interesting indeed.
Harvester under
Yeah,
attack.
we're
Free
running out of
harvester.
money.
Cheeky little repair. Little bit of a repair.
Our base is under attack.
Alright. Well, there's the little scraps I mentioned.
Nice.
Harvester under
Um,
attack.
Let's see what I'll make with it. I think I'll make some infantry.
Harvester
Italian's been menacing us for a bit. I'll go deal with them.
enemy approaching.
Dram, what's your opinion on getting patents on gameplay features like the Nemesis system? Fucking stupid. Patents... Well, okay. To rephrase that. It depends how long the patent is for. I mean, if we're talking like hundreds, 50-year patents, this is nonsense, right? If we're talking about, like, I don't know, let's say a 5-year patent, it's like I can understand that to a degree, like maybe like that is tied to the release of a game, or I'm not sure, right? But the reality is, I think like some of the worst patents, or like, you know, the a patent is there to protect the creator, right? But it shouldn't stifle development. Now, of course, in games it's kind of irrelevant, right? Let's be honest. But my view towards patents, especially those that last for way too long, is, you know, if someone comes up with something absolutely brilliant, you want there to be a time limit for how long that person can use it for the benefit of society, right? There needs to be some minimum limit for obvious reasons. But it needs to be limited, because, I mean, if it's limited only to... well, I mean, okay, to be fair, there's arguments for, arguments against. Yeah? But, like, just keeping things real here, because, like, in just regarding specifically what you're asking, which is the, like, gameplay features like the Nemesis system. I don't know, man. I think it's silly, right? I think it's really silly, and it is counterproductive. And these companies are currently trying to do this to kind of, well, because competition is tough, right? So they're trying to do this to further kind of like gain an advantage over others, so they can't copy them, etc. But the reality is, when they, you know, you see, so when something is done in another game, they'll happily copy it as well to do what others are doing to kind of fit into that thing. So I don't know. I think it's very hypocritical, is what I would say. Not a fan of it. Not a fan at all. Nintendo trying to patent right now the concept of summoning court creatures to battle other summoned court creatures. The implications that are horrendous. Yeah, it's exactly. I'm gonna be fucking brutally honest. It's the most dumb cunt fucking stupid shit I've ever fucking heard. Yeah, it's like fuck off. Like fuck me. It's. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother just giving it a reason. It's just fucking stupid. It's just... Okay, go ahead, I'll go and patent the RTS FPS system, yeah? Which someone else fucking thought up in the past. It's just dumb. I don't know, it's just fucking dumb. I strongly disagree. I have very strong feelings against.
I don't think anyone should have their creative, like, ways suppressed by a patent like that.
Well, I mean, I understand it to a degree, you know, like, in the sense of, if you come up with a really clever system, I'll give a brilliant example, in fact, one which would have helped the creator. Think Unrecord. Yeah? No one fucking remembers that. The body cam thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no one remembers Unrecord. Everyone remembers body cam, and Unrecord was way first, you know?
Yeah.
He came with this like 2 years before those guys did, or a year maybe. You know, he presented like this idea for it. It just immediate attention on the media, etc. Right, like the games media, of course. And it was a really fantastic and interesting approach. What do you get? Within a year, you got a copy, a clone essentially, which was body cam, right? And because they're first, in quotations, they just completely copied the idea, one to one. Yeah, because people were asking like, how'd you do it? And the guy kind of did give a bit of info, just trying to be helpful. And there he goes. He goes and basically works his competition in, right? Made it easy for his competition. So he came up with the idea. And someone else copied him, released it before him. And now he's going to have a lot of trouble actually getting money from it, right? Because now he's the copy. People don't look at history, right? People don't learn from history. That's just general human nature. So, yeah, I mean, in that case, well, I mean, what would have helped him was not present it before it was done, right? But that's exactly the sad thing. That's where it is today. I mean, you know, people see that shit and off they go. They fucking copy it because it's an interesting idea and it's you can potentially make some money out of it, right? It's incredibly immoral, but you know, a patent would have saved that person. but I still disagree with it. I just think patents are dumb. You know, like in this regard.
Yeah.
The Nemesis system pattern being basically just enemies remember you, adapt to you, learn based by you, and react based on what you said. It's so broad, and I feel like it never should have been allowed. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, what you've just described is literally machine learning, essentially, right? It's just fuck off. But I mean, luckily, because it's so broad, it's easy to just, you can, it's gonna be easy to just like get around it. Yeah. Patents have to be incredibly specific for a reason. You know, and this is broad, which means if you fit that thing, then yeah. But I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot of problem. I mean, I remember trying to, like, I remember someone trying to patent the progress bar. It's like, get fucked. God, who was?
Well, this game's going for a while.
I feel like patent and creative spaces should only be hyper-specific things and never something so vague and broad. Yeah, well, I mean, patents are problematic, right? I mean, I can understand it for like actual real inventions, like physical objects, right? In a digital space, like, I don't know, man. It just feels wrong. I don't have more of an argument than that. Too little sleep.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack.
You guys can teleport to the light cot and then shoot at the headquarters from there if you want.
Woo.
The Nemesis system from the Lord of the Rings game is a great example of patent abuse. And hello, Frankenheart, by the way. So just to clarify, what happened there? I guess
That's Warner Brothers, I believe.
What, they copied it or?
No, they I think they fully locked it out, so literally no one can use like a Nemesis. So it's what you was explained earlier. So like they learn from, like, the Nemesis thing is like they learn from you and adapt to your playstyle as such. And yeah, Shadow of War, Lord of the Rings.
But why is it a great example of patent abuse then? I guess I'm missing a bit of info here.
I believe no one else can actually do it. I have to look at the patent for the Nemesis thing for Warner Brothers, but
They're teleporting.
I haven't seen another game have any type of Nemesis program whatsoever when it comes to the AI.
Trying to stop them, but
They locked down an theoretical game mechanic preventing anyone else from using the ID. Oh, I see.
yeah, it's our infant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's exactly the problem, right?
Oh, that's true.
It's like you can understand it to a degree if they come up with a really interesting mechanic, but at the same time, they used a billion other mechanics from a billion other games, like, you know, hack and slash. Did they come up with it? Fuck no. You know. So I mean, that's the problem. You're building on top of everything else that came before you, but now you're going to go and like lock in as something special. Get fucked. You know what I mean? That's what really, like, it irks me.
Enemies have a tank ship coming for your light quad.
Yeah, it's that.
On top of it all, they are just letting it rot. As I said, it came out 8 years ago, and Warner Bros. Never used the system again. and others can't. Ah, yeah. That's probably yeah.
Our attack.
I don't know, man.
That's what I was trying to do.
Bullshit.
Alright, there we go.
Oh god, this game's turned into a right stalemate.
Well, we have a rail tank and a gunship.
Almost lost a gunship. Too busy looking at the chat.
Harvester under attack.
We need to teleport in and take out the headquarters with. Oh wait, we don't have rocket infantry anymore, right?
So we can't check out the headquarters anymore. We need tech.
That's probably. Well, it's not GG, but I don't know. I don't think we.
Harvester under attack. Our base is under
Yeah,
attack.
it's pretty bad.
All the Bolterium's gone from the map as well.
Under attack.
There is no Bolterium left.
Fighting over.
We got no tech anymore, so we've lost the ability to use heavies or anything like that.
On top of it all, they are just letting it rot. As I said, it came out 8 years ago in Wolven Brezhnev system again. As can't. On the bright side, it's just 2 more years and the patent expires. 2 or 12.
We still have that rail tank at least.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So at least it does have an actual time limit. An actual reasonable time limit. Well, relatively reasonable.
Our base is under attack.
I think 12 years. Not sure.
Harvester under attack.
Dram, another random question, if that's okay. Of course, man. Feel free. Do you like survival horror games? For example, Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil, Dead Space. Yes. I really liked Resident Evil.
Yeah, I said this is gonna be a big issue.
Silent Hill,
Steve's
I played it, but I played I played a version on PlayStation, I believe it was, and god, that was terrible. But I'm not much of a console player myself, to be fair. Like, I just found it difficult to play. But it looked like a really good game, just the controls were problematic for me. Dead Space, I relatively enjoyed that, but I didn't all that much enjoy the mechanic of having to split and shoot the head off and shoot the arms off and this kind of shit. I didn't enjoy it all that much, but that's just me. But otherwise, yeah, like survival horror it's interesting. There's that what's it called? What the fuck protocol?
Alright, so what's the plan with this one rail?
Callisto?
I forgot it. Callisto protocol. Yes. Yes.
Maybe you can hide.
That one looks really, really good.
Get the vision of the headquarters and shoot from a distance. Like snipe it down.
We'll see. They do have that gunship.
Watch out for the gunship, Lycan.
Alright, I'll try to go somewhere here and see what I can snipe.
I think see spot there. If you go all the way in the south, like over here, you can see the headquarters from there.
GTFO. Yeah, GTFO. I love that game.
Although if I can get their tech, then we'll at least
I'd be up for playing it again.
troopers dealing.
Yeah, that's better.
Harvester under attack.
But Lycan,
Yeah, so I'm gonna try
Yes.
I believe we played together.
GTFO we have indeed.
That'll be a lot of fun to play again.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was very difficult, and I like that.
picking
Harvester
at it.
under attack.
Oh, I can make a dropship. Okay, I'm making a dropship. Let's do this.
Sheesh.
Or I can make a what else? No, nothing else actually.
Sadly, people seem to have really not enjoyed the Callisto Protocol. That's a bit sad. I mean, I saw the story. It looked really interesting.
I played it.
Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I like Dead Space, though, so it's a Dead Space-esque game, so yeah, I really enjoyed it.
What was extremely impressive was all the ways you can die.
Yeah.
From there. Let's see how well this goes. What, do you think I can do it
Our
from
base
there?
is under attack. Harvester under attack.
I should have made a fighter. Fighter would have been better.
Alright, I'll try to do it from up there.
Oh, this is a massive stalemate.
Looks like it's gonna drag on for a while.
95 minutes. There's no Bolterium left.
Unfortunately, we are on a bit of a timer until
I've got a gunship, there's a rail tank, and then that's it, and a dropship. They've got access to their tech, so I believe they still got tech, so they've got access to everything.
Our base is under attack.
Covered isn't getting me up here. I don't see them from this distance. I don't think I can hit them from here.
Our base is under attack.
I'll have to get closer.
Yeah, there's also a hill. You need to climb one of these ridges.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get there. Alright, I'll try that spot.
Honestly, sniping their attack would do more than sniping their HQ at this point.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to take this tank goal lengths? You probably do better than I would.
Picking off heavies that are like ratting in the cliffs.
Here, he can take it.
Harvester under attack.
What I'm thinking is just go all the way to the south.
So as if no one else is, I'll take the drop ship.
Harvester under attack.
Here we go.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, there's loads of infantry.
The dropship has a lot of reach, so I can ping it and shoot it from distance and see if you hit it.
Right.
Our base is under attack.
Okay, I'll shoot.
That's the reach it. This is where your
Try
bullets stop.
closer.
Harvester
Someone
under
want to go
attack.
battle hard?
Harvester under attack. Our base is under attack.
But they have a flak truck. I can't advance any further. I need to get this back for repairs.
Enemy approaching. Harvester under attack. Harvester under attack.
Yeah, I need to get this thing back for repairs. Ugh.
Our base is under attack.
What about VR games? I know there is basically nothing else aside Half-Life Alyx, but how do you feel about it in general? Also, I want to mention Half-Life Alyx is such a great game that it upsets me that no one I know has played it very much. Nothing quite like it out there. Right, so VR, immediately one of the problems when VR was, well, reigniting, with the Oculus Rift 1, and then 2, like developer kit 2, and etc, etc, etc. Yeah, I was very much into VR, and I never was lost for 1 second thinking that that would be the future of gaming. I just knew it wouldn't, because until it projects into your fucking mind or something like this, no one, or it's in your glasses, so much so that it's just literally like glasses like this, it will never become popular. And even then, it just won't anyway, because people, when you want to go play a game, you're going to be in one of two moods, right? Either want to sit down, chillax, play a game, in which case VR will never be popular for that, or you want to go and kind of live through an experience, in which case VR can help with that a lot, and of course improving the actual glasses and whatnot is going to make it significantly better. But the reality is that if you need to wear something which completely covers your eyes, darkens everything else, then if it's going to be something like diving goggles, right, and as easy to put on and off as diving goggles, then you're still only going to reach, my estimation is 1/10 of the gaming population. That's my estimate, okay? It's just VR doesn't have such a massive potential. It's just the reality. Like, it's everyone's dream, and yet when you kind of reach it, you play it, you're like, cool. Anyway, back to the PC, right? Because a mouse and keyboard are just too ubiquitous, right? And what you can do with your hands is very limiting, right? You can't aim a gun there because you don't feel the gun, right? So, sure, you can improve it with, let's say, peripherals. You have a heavy gun which you can hold, and that would be your gun for VR and whatnot. But I think the market is limited. But apart from that, it is the closest it can bring you to experiencing it in real life, right? It's currently, of course. apart from projecting into your mind. But you get the point, right? And yeah, I played Half-Life Alyx. I didn't finish it, by the way, because I still need to get back and finish it. But I absolutely loved every minute of it. But at the same time, now in retrospect, would I want the next Half-Life to be a VR title? I'm gonna be brutally honest, no. Despite Half-Life Alyx being so fucking epic and awesome, I don't know, there's just a thing about mouse and keyboard where you can do things which you can't do with your real body, you know. Half-Life Alyx, you gotta go and teleport, or you gotta, you know, use the movement stick and so on. It's just not it, you know. With mouse and keyboard, you can just, I don't know, it just feels more, ironically, for fast-paced gameplay, it feels more natural. For VR, it's more of a duck and cover shooter, right? So, I don't know, but otherwise, I'm really happy VR has taken off, at least to the extent it has now, and I hope it's here to stay, because I really love VR. What I'm pissed off about is I had a HP reverb, and yeah, it no longer works because Windows dropped support, so that's great. I am buying another VR headset just out of the blue.
Keep streaming infantry, rocket trucks, rocket troopers at us.
I got their barracks. I'll slow them down.
Alright, oh, they have 2 more up north.
Nowadays I use my VR mostly for scuffed motion capture, because why not, it works. I get what you're saying, I can agree completely. Yeah, it's a bit sad, isn't it? But yeah, I understand, yeah, motion capture is not a bad idea. That's a good point. I mean, you can probably get like a thing like Rococo, which is, I think, Rococo or whatever it's called exactly. Then there's another alternative, and I forgot what it is, X-Motion or something like that. These are pretty good motion capture things, which are not, you don't need a massive room for, right? Because Beamy has a massive room where, you know, there's tons of cameras and yeah, motion capture, you know.
Oh god.
Yeah, Mr. Cryon, I am working on the cross fucking shaped craft. Just right now working on camera angles and movement. I could stream it if someone's interested, but Mr. Lycan is in the middle of a heavy battle.
Got quite a bit more forces here than I would have thought.
I could put it on a screen drum. This is a big stalemate at the minute, so there's not much going on.
Fair enough. Up to you, man. I'll stream it to you then. Shit, how do I do that? Oh, yes. Where is it? Share screen. Screen's going to be significantly easier. Also share system audio. Should I do that? I guess so. Do we want to do that?
Yeah, I'll just mute myself.
What's that? There we go. Shared.
Oh, the server's gone. The server shut. Rip. We'll quickly do this then. Cam Ninja. Which one did I normally use? Not that one. That one, right. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I'm just
Right, I'm muting.
Where's that? Yeah, I'm just messing around with camera angles and fucking flight physics and shit. Yeah, we didn't technically lose. Yes, that's very true. Just for comparison of speed and size. This is a Centauri fighter, sorry, Soul fighter and gunship. Oh no, not Halster. No, not Halster. Oh god. Yeah. So it's relatively large. I haven't got the weapons in yet. Actually, you could probably land on the fucking thing. You gonna land or what? There we go. So it pulls it down slightly, but you can counter it quite easily. Let's go up. Ignore the sound, by the way. Frankenheart, this is this is the Centauri, well, gunship for lack of a better term. The Centauri fighter is the interceptor currently, is this one. So you have, give a second, load of shit. Right, and secondary. Basically napalm. So this is the Centauri fighter. Well, Talia, I'm not 100% against it, but it's you know, you put homing missiles, you need to put countermeasures, and that just opens a whole can of worms, which is just not worth it. You know? How did that not explode? Are the things in the back moving? Yes, they are indeed. When I go forward, they're like air brakes. Basically air brakes. Yes, Kitty again. Funny thing is, oh shit, when you land it, you can see the leg bends out. Fuck's that sound? Oh right. Yeah, that's how it lands basically. In terms of size compared to a human, it's basically a hatch for a human to get in and climb through into the top. Because I cannot be fucked putting a ladder on the side. It's just the easiest way to do it and the most logical. I mean, it could be in the back, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to be climbing past engines. Okay, so if you walk by, like, climb past rockets, but you get the point. But, yeah, still need to, finish it. I haven't got the guns implemented yet, etc. Very interesting aircraft. You see the cross coming and you start to pray. me put sounds for that shit. But this of course, its current problem. Maybe we'll see it. No, it's landed well. If it's turned out around the other way, it kind of like, whoop, bends backwards. Oh, here we go. Boom. They'll obviously have to deal with that. And yeah, I mean, it's a... I mean, the thing is, when you see this, it looks like it's heavily armored. Yeah? So I would assume it to be relatively heavily armored, and it should take quite a lot of damage. And yeah, I mean, railgun bait. Definitely. So let's have a look. If we put Mr. Interceptor. Obviously one shot. Okay, one shot as well. But this thing should of course be much more deflective. That's a lot of bounce. But yeah, that's what I'm currently working on. I want to complete it. Or almost completed anyway. Currently titled The Crucifier, but I'm just not happy with the name, to be perfectly honest. Was basically considering what kind of rockets it could fire. Definitely dumb fire. I don't want to be homing shit. At the same time, you know, with Dune 2. Yeah, exactly. With Dune, the whole fucking rockets fucking impacting on the surface and stuff. That could work pretty nice. But oh fuck, mate. Still ways to go. But ready, we'll put fucking what did I call it again? A vehicle turret. Turret ID. Oh shit. Why the fuck not? Aim reference. So we shall just I can probably use itself. Fuck it. All good. Parent turret none. Aim tolerance is the same. If I can set primary, not secondary. Aim compensation, none needed. None needed. Your object itself. Pitch object itself. Fuck the values. Blah 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 blah. Let's just give it the light armored car for now. The shot, the light armored car anyway. Or actually just the interceptor. This is gonna be similar. Muzzle flash, fucking underscore red bright, why not? Yeah, one, whatever. Spread. It's good enough. Recoil, fuck it for now. Interval, not 2 seconds. Let's say 0.25. Magazine size, we'll leave it infinite for now, and fuck the sound. Yeah, the thing is, like, the Crucifier is an interesting name for it literally being the shape of a cross. However, the problem with it is that everything else is named by class, and this is the only one currently named by type, like, by just with a name, right? Ah, fuck. It doesn't have a primary muzzle. Find. Give me a sec. Yeah, fuck it. Muzzle lift. So this is how I'm always setting up the vehicles, roughly speaking. Oh, fuck. There's a hole. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Eventually. Good enough. Fuck it. Muzzle. Okay. Save that shit. The Vindicator. Yeah, that's what I thought about as well, Mr. Lycan. But again, it's a name, not a type. you know. See, I look at this air unit, and in my head, I hear Sabaton playing. Fair enough. I mean, you know, if like the thing I was considering doing was just sticking with Centauri gunship and Sol gunship, you know, because I mean, this is literally a gunship, right? I mean, you look at it and type-wise, you just call it a gunship, right? But yeah, I mean, Crucifier, I've got no problem with the name itself. Just everything else is class type. This one's fucking name. So we should get. Yeah. Yeah, so I haven't got the shooting sound obviously, but yeah, as you can see, it's shooting. But of course, right now, it doesn't have a limit, so you can actually, yeah. So if I hop out, that is not intentional. It's also a heavy gunship. Yeah, that's true. That's an idea. It's also a gunship, right? Call it a Crucifier gunship, as opposed to a Sol gunship, which can be called a Swallowtail gunship or some bird with crazy feathers. Fair, fair. I mean, it's true that like what I wouldn't want to do is just, oh yeah, gunship incoming. Make the Sol air units bird themed, the Centauri air units themed by jumped by something else, pain or some other thing. Yeah, pain. True. Well, let's see what this does if you hit its side. Actually, it's probably just going to explode, but for slightly more angled. Yeah, it's going to be ricocheted for sure. How much damage? Well, still a third. And you get lovely spin. But yeah, oh, and just in case someone hasn't seen the other units, I might as well just quickly fly through them. So we have the Soul Harvester, which uses fucking lasers. Oh fuck, that's right, the particle effect's fucked. I'll have to fix that. Strike tank. 3 shots, then reload. Next to that you got the combat tank. Secondary shotgun. Then you have the heavy tank. Big boom. Then you got one of my favorites, pyro tank. A rain of fire. Then you got disable the AI for this. Crimson tank. Then you got the rocket tank. The same as before, just a different body. So that's the Centauri ones, and light armored cars in this. The Centauri. Just improved effects. Oh, it's the same shit. Heavy quad is also Centauri. Sounds a bit more crazy. The light quad, very basic. Also improved. Crazy engine sound. Stop. Then, oh shit, there we go. Then we have, let's see, fuck, oh yes, let's start with the light ones. Light quad. This is light quad for Sol, and it won't be called light quad, it'll probably have a different name, but we get the point. Heavy quad for Sol. Then we have the light armored car for Sol. I also improved the karma, it was shit before, anyway. So it's a heavy minigun, basically a Gatling. Then they have for air, they have this. It's proximity explosion, etc. Then they have the heavy armored car. Of course, this one. Same shit as before. Then they have the barrage truck. So many small boom. Of course, this is the same. The pulse truck has a nicer base. Otherwise, it's the same. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Then we have the railgun tank. That's of course the same. And of course the dubstep tank. That's also unchanged. But yeah, that's those units. And for air, of course, you know, the gunship, fighter, dropship, bomber, those are all the same. And then you've got the interceptor for Centauri currently. But one thing that's also changed for those that haven't seen it is this, which is a really important change. So now primary and secondary brings up the bomb view, and then primary drops. Right? So it's much easier to aim with it now, and also you can see where it's gonna fall. That shit right there. And I dropped it too early. Be at the point. And for the bomber, of course, that view is even more effective. And the bombs fall faster. And of course, the interceptor. If I just delete everything and I put the interceptor and I put, I don't know, some fucking, the combat tank, so. You see, much heavier weapon, does some decent amount of damage. And if you need to burn things, slow down time so you can see them. Drop tanks full of essentially napalm. Oh shit. But yeah, currently for the I think, okay, by the way, on debug branch the light Centauri quad has old sound when driving backwards. Centauri quad, really? No. Oh, it's different. So it must have been just a temporary thing. How many Centauri air units do you have? Currently just the 2, basically. Well, just the interceptor and the what have you. You know, that one's not finished yet. That one's the one I'm literally working on right now. Have we only seen those two? I didn't see the entire devlog stream. Yeah, these are the only two air units currently. I'm continuing on the other ones tomorrow, basically. That's why I wanted to have this one finished today. And shit, it is time to go to bed for me because I get up in fucking 6 hours. So to get some decent amount of sleep. But yeah, this one I'm just not sure what to call it. And yeah, I think some pretty decent ideas just dropped. Like, I think just heavy gunship or fucking like crucify gunship. I don't know. What do you have planned for unit chatter voice acting? Is there anything planned? Yes. I mean, it's already in there, kind of. Ready?
Orders? Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Yes, Commander. Orders? Copy that. Copy that. Yes, Commander.
That's that. And then when they see enemies and stuff, they obviously talk about that. You get the point. Oh, that almost shredded the interceptor. Interesting. Will aliens make sounds when selecting? They should, yes. But they'll make like gurgling sounds mostly. Might not make it to the first update because it's going to be first important to actually get all these units in. I mean, this takes precedence over the voice acting shit, but you get the point. Shit, it's actually relatively effective. Fuck. Okay, so that's one way to deal with units. But then of course you have not exactly the most easy, not like the hardest thing to hit. But yeah. That's basically that. Will Centauri get all Australian accents? No, like, yeah. Will does the HQ voice or operator, or whatever you call it, will he change to? Yeah, it's my voice currently, so I mean, I'd very happily change it to something a bit more qualitative, shall we say. But for the sounds of the aliens, yeah, I think it's fine if I voice them. Or plus, I've got some you know, some sounds I'm using, like natural sounds, like exactly gurgling, this kind of shit. You mentioned some of the Sol units will be able to carry units Centauri too. Yes. And then there's a distinction of, like, you know, some units might make sense to only carry players, but not AI units. For example, if there was a second seat in the gunship, you know, it'd be a bit silly if constantly you had AI hopping into your gunship to go with the pilot. That would be a bit weird. But it'd be nice to have a second seat in the gunship to allow another player hop in. Eventually setting it up for the possibility to be able to use that as a turret, you know, where one player flies, the other one uses that as a turret. That would be nice. But yeah, guys, I will end it there because I am super fucking tired and I really need to go to sleep because I'm getting up in again 6 hours. Mr. Lycan, if you want to unmute yourself, man.
Hello.
So I'll stop sharing.
Okie dokie. Oh, look, you get to see me on RuneScape. Oh, hello. Yes. Right. Thank you very much for showing us Mr. Dramalam. Very much appreciated.
My pleasure.
Yes, I've got 3 accounts open. Don't judge me, guys. Don't judge me. Yeah, so I will see you guys again next Sunday for some more Silica. There's nothing on. in the week. Really? So yeah, eyes peeled. Eyes peeled. I don't know. There's literally nothing new to play at the moment until next month, so it's literally just going to be Silica and Silica and Silica on the AFK grind. I was doing agility earlier on my Iron Man, which is this account, but I'm going to go get something called a gout tuber in a moment. So yeah, I won't bore you what a gout tuber is, but it could take me about half an hour ish, maybe. But yeah, guys, thank you for joining me. Dram, thank you as always.
Thank you, and thank you guys. Thank you for all the questions and shit. And you guys take care. And yes, I do need sleep. You're very right, Uni Panda. I really do. I haven't been sleeping much, and I definitely will be dropping into bed straight after.
But yeah, sorry, I'm pretty cooked. That's all I can say. I'm pretty cooked up right now. But yeah, guys, I will see you next week. If I don't see you in the week, if I don't play anything else in the meantime, I don't think I've got anything planned in the week. Little one's just going to school, so we're kind of like on the getting the school runs down and going from there basically. But yeah, I will let you guys know if I do anything different in the week. But if not, I'll see you guys next Sunday. Very much appreciated, as always. And thank you very much for showing us all the juice, Mr. Dramalam.
Always a pleasure.
All right. Catch you
Alright,
guys
guys.
later.
You guys take care.
Super Hard always needs heroes. There's nothing else to play. True. There is. I've actually got it installed. Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, bye bye. Catch you guys later. Peace out.
See you guys.